You are ready. Do we have everyone present for today's meeting, presenters?
Yeah, in the big part.
Yes, for part B. Councillor Peter Melrosa, we're about to start. Can you see and hear clearly?
Can, thank you.
Great. And we also have officer, I should say, from the city here with us today. Are you the only one attending, Robert?
It's myself.
Okay, great. You ready to go?
Yep.
Oh, good. Great. Good morning and welcome to today's meeting. I will officially open the meeting at 9:33 a.m. and acknowledge that we are hosting this meeting on the traditional land of the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation. We acknowledge the Aboriginal people as traditional custodians of Western Australia, pay respects to elders past, present and emerging, and the ongoing connection between people, land, waters and community. This meeting will be run in accordance with the DAP Standing Orders 2025 under the Planning and Development DAP Regulations 2011. This meeting is being recorded and live streamed on the DAP website in accordance with Regulation 42A of the Planning and Development DAP Regulations 2011. Panel members may refer to technical devices throughout the meeting to assist them in considering the information before them. On today's panel, we have the following members. We have online for part B, Councillor Peter Melrosa from the town of Vic Park. To my immediate left, we have Dale Page, Deputy Presiding Member. Further left, we have Tony Arias, Specialist Member. My name is Francesca Lafanti, Presiding Member. And we have two other members in Part C, Ingrid Van Dawson and Jemima Williamson-Wong from the City of Fremantle, but we will also deal with that during Part B. We have a number of apologies for today's meeting. Member Clayton Hine is an apology. We have apologies from Daniel Minson from the town of Victoria Park, Councillor Lindsay Miles from the town of Victoria Park, Councillor Sky Crozier from the town of Victoria Park, and Councillor Andrew Sullivan from the City of Fremantle. The minutes for this DAP meeting will be available on the website. We are now moving to Part B of our agenda. Members, can I have a show of hands that you have duly considered all documentation contained in Part B of the agenda and Part B related information? That is unanimous for the minute taker. Members, are there any disclosures of interest? And I'll first go to Councillor Peter Melrosa. Was this matter at all considered at a council or a briefing session?
No, not that I'm aware of. Not involving me.
Thank you. We will now move forward to the agenda. There is one application on the agenda, Part B. It is number 147, lots 56 and 57, Burswood Road, Burswood, proposed childcare premises and office. We have three presenters for today's meeting, Mr. Simon Shaw, Mr. Mark Baker and Mr. Peter Stewart, all attending today's meeting. As everybody is probably aware, in accordance with DAP Standing Orders 2025, Clause 4.8.2, presentations are limited to 3 minutes, and there has been no extension of time granted to any presentation. And as such, I encourage presenters to focus on the main aspects that you want to verbally present within your designated 3 minutes. You have already seen today that all members have indicated they have duly considered and read the material that you have already provided. So I will first move to Mr. Simon Shaw, if you would like to present.
May I sit?
Yes, just move forward. Thank you.
Yes, good morning. I am in support of the general concept of a childcare centre there. I think it's a good site for it. My only objection is on the basis of traffic and the effect on that laneway that is used to access the facility. As a brief background, I've lived on the corner of Howick and Harvey Street in Burswood for the last 36 years. And about 7 years ago, when they did some traffic modification, namely closing Craig Street and modifying the Burswood Road Great Eastern Highway intersection, traffic increased considerably on Burswood Road. It's used basically as a rat run between Great Eastern Highway and Shepparton Road, to the extent that now we do not, between say 7 o'clock and 9:30 in the morning and in the peak period in the afternoon, do not even leave Howick Street to get onto Burswood Road. We seek alternative routes because getting onto Burswood Road is very difficult at that peak hour. The traffic is quite intense. And therefore my objection on the first instance is just the effective traffic turning into the two laneways used to access the property. And that is particularly in the southbound direction heading towards Shepparton Road. A right turning vehicle there. There's parking on the roadside, so there's no opportunity for a vehicle to overtake. So traffic will back up until that vehicle can turn right, and the traffic is pretty well balanced north-south. So in the morning and afternoon peak, it's pretty well equal in both directions. So it's quite intense. My second objection is to the actual laneway itself and the drop-off facilities. The laneway is quite narrow, and as a parent who years ago had children at daycare, it's not just a thing like dropping a kid off at school. You take the child in, you hand over the nappy bag or whatever. And so it takes a considerable period of time. And if there's more than say half a dozen vehicles arriving at the same time, there's no space in that laneway for parking. It just hadn't been adequately allowed for. I went and had another look at it this morning, and there is plenty of space to the park side of the laneway. So it could be widened. It would mean some agreement with the Town of Vic Park to provide a parking bay there. But at the moment, cars dropping off children and spending more than a few seconds will cause delays and back up on that right of way. I found the responses from the proponents to be quite condescending and a bit insulting, actually. They just said, oh, that we've been prepared by a qualified traffic engineer. I spent the last 35 years as the head of BG&E's traffic and transport group. So I know a little bit about it, but not that I'm claiming to be a traffic expert. I'm more a road design expert.
So you are now at your 3 minutes, so I'll get you to complete your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. If you just want to stay, we may have questions for you. Members, are there any questions for this presenter? First, I will go to Peter Melrose online. Do you have any questions to this presenter?
No, thanks.
Members in the room, do you have any questions to this presenter?
Probably for the staff.
Yes.
Just a clarification. Is your concern about road safety more about the laneway, or is it access onto Burswood Road?
It's both. The road safety aspect on Burswood Road, because it's heavily trafficked and it's nominally 60 kilometres an hour through there. Vehicles propping to turn right, particularly turning right, will cause delays to the traffic, but it's also quite difficult to get out of those laneways. The line of sight's not very good. And during peak period, there could be a build-up of traffic there, which could also cause sort of risk-taking behaviour. On the laneway side of things, it's just really that I don't believe there's adequate facilities there for dropping people off.
Thank you.
The period of time that they need it.
Thank you for your presentation. I'll just get you just to sit back there. You can stay in for the whole meeting if you wish. And we've now got a presentation from Mark Baker and Peter Stewart. Do you both want to come forward? As you are both aware, it's 3 minute time frame each of you. Are you presenting jointly or individually?
I'll just make a very quick statement and then Peter.
I'm just going to get this going. I am timing. We do have, just to be fair and equitable for everybody. So when you start, I will get going on this one. Whoever wishes to start first.
Okay. This proposal for a 2-storey building with childcare centre and 2 commercial tenancies on Burswood Road, Burswood, will bolster the amenity for the growing residential population in the locality. The design team has worked closely with council, planning staff and the design review panel to deliver an optimum outcome which addresses the strategic direction for the locality. We feel this proposal will be a positive and welcome addition to Burswood Road as it evolves into a predominantly residential neighbourhood. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I'll get the second presenter and then we'll go to questions to both.
Madam Chair. So we just wanted to present in support of the recommendation and conditions within. We worked very well with the town. Very much appreciate that. Quickly, regards to the laneway, understood, completely appreciate the concerns. We are acting on behalf of the legislation in place, which includes local planning policy number 22, which requires all development to be accessed off the laneway. And just to reiterate a point, in no means were we meant to be condescending at all, Madam Chair, in regards to any response to comments on that. It's just more, we can rely on the traffic impact statement. It's a statement more than anything. So that's where that's at. Just very quickly, in regards to the discretionary items, it's an A use, it's in discretion on the use of the land. We support the town accepting that through the RAR. We consider it will benefit the area through the activity of people. The RAR in itself states that the town is supporting high quality development, which Mark has pointed out this is, in the area to raise the image profile of the area and hopefully attract other high quality development along with it. In regards to the bike parking, we note there is discretion. Your discretionary decision is required for dispensation on car parking. The town has recommended 1 additional bay. We accept that. It's not a problem at all. It's a design solution which Mark has said that's easily incorporated into the design itself should that be accepted. We also note that state planning policy 5.4 is in place. There's more pertaining to freight planning, and that's okay. We don't have any concerns with its application in this instance. We don't have a problem with the noise attenuation measures put in the condition either. In terms of contamination, there is a condition on there relating to the site because it's history. There might be contamination on the site. Just to let you know that it is Lunar Environmental Auditing Services have been engaged for some time on this site to undertake the contamination auditing. They submitted their report to WER, Department of Water and Environmental Regulation, approximately 2 or 3 weeks ago. They're still waiting on a response to that, but their advice right now is that from a land use planning perspective, there's no more action required from us to demonstrate that the site is or is not contaminated. That will come through to the town shortly via WER. That's all I had to present on these matters. That's okay with you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for your presentation. Members, do you have any questions to both of these presenters? I'll first go to a member online, Peter Melrose. Do you have any questions to either of these 2 presenters?
Thank you. I think it might be to the first presenter that briefly mentioned that the town applicant of the DRP worked towards denying that acknowledged words to this effect, the strategic importance of the site and the streetscape. But one thing that I noticed when I was looking at the plans was, and the report itself, was quite a lot of, or distinct lack of discussion around the canopy and the way that interfaced with the street. So the canopy design has a width of 1.5 metres. That is presumably to match the 1.5 metre footpath width that's currently in place. However, the town has adopted a streetscape improvement plan and is working towards detailed design of this streetscape upgrade that includes things such as underground power, which I believe is the next round for the town. And this canopy proposed on the development only matches the current footpath environment. I'm wondering why the proposed design doesn't match the future intention of the streetscape to have a 2.5 metre wide footpath.
Would you like to, either of you would like to comment on that?
I'm happy to comment. We were of the impression that what we had there was acceptable with a small strip with a couple of trees there. We're happy to work with council to extend it out to 2.5 if that's a preference in lieu of a couple of nice street trees.
Thank you. Do you have any further questions?
No, all for now.
Any questions for either of you? Over to yourself, Dale.
Yes, please. And if you're not able to answer this, then I'll direct it to the officers. Obviously, when you're planning for something like this or designing, you work within a framework. Can you, or are you aware what, if you weren't designing this, what the type of development potential would be on this site in terms of height and intensity?
Yes, we had a look at that. Look, my memory serves me, it was restricted by parking. It was the residential development can go up to 6 or 7 stories, I believe there. Correct me if I'm wrong. But I think we could only probably manage a maximum of 3 stories by putting car parking on the basement. We didn't have it. The site is too small to get that height.
Okay, I guess what I'm trying to understand, because we're dealing with traffic issues and Mr. Shaw has raised some issues, but there's an underlying planning framework that seems to be looking at quite intense use of these sites. So if this wasn't developed, is there potential to develop at this intensity with another use or more?
I think with a great intensity in terms of volume, but the parking would still be restricted to exactly what it is, because it's literally by virtue of its area.
Thank you. Any further questions from members? Yes, Tony Harris.
On a similar theme, in terms of, it is unusual for a facility like this to have access on a right of way rather than a street. And I understand the context for that. Have you given any thought about how the peak periods will be managed? You heard the earlier presenter concerns about potential queuing. How do you propose to sort of deal with that?
Well, the traffic impact statement has has advised us that it's not a huge drama. Certainly, there are going to be peak periods where there's going to be, I suppose between 8 and 9 and 5 and 6 p.m. where there's naturally peak periods everywhere. But in terms of traffic management, the reason why we put the entrance at the rear rather than the front, and we do have a pedestrian access from the street to provide for pedestrians coming off the street so they don't have to go around to the lane, is that most people will be delivering their children by car. And so that's why we put that entrance back around on the rear. And this is the position we had, was that I suppose that the laneway is the access point.
Further questions? That question relates to specifically the lane. And I'm cognizant of the concerns that have been raised in the first submission. I note that the planning framework talks about laneways being the access for pretty much all, well, it does say access for all vehicles. It also talks about widening off the right of way to accommodate that. In the times that I've been out on site, the laneway generally is in poor condition for the most part of the lane, except for the new build that's been built there, the residential. I also found that in the lane itself, all the times that I was there, there is blockage of turning into the lane, particularly near the park. There's a car park near the park, but the lane itself is blocked by vehicles who appeared to be vehicles associated with business at the time I was there, which narrows the lane completely to one passing. And those cars are parked essentially all the way along that section of the lane. So I suppose my question is, given the context of the proposal being all parking and access to the rear, the comments in the RA that talks about there's a proposed upgrade, but it's not on this year's funding, potentially future years, but that's subject to council decision. What is the mechanism of the development to ensure that there is actually sufficient and appropriate movement available, flow and traffic flow and movement in the lane associated for functioning of this childcare? I suppose my concern and comment goes to, can the childcare function given the current condition and blockages that are in the lane? And that's both in the lane I've talked about, as well as you take the corners within the lane itself. So I'm in a regular vehicle. It seemed interesting that to create two-way movement. So I'm interested in your comment on that. I have exactly the same question to city officers.
Where do we start? Well, first of all, I mean, all the times I've been out there, that laneway is almost a disaster, and a lot of it is due to construction activity, as well as just general commercial activity. I think as that strip evolves, that disruption will disappear. I think it's, in my opinion, it's mainly due to just the laneway not being sufficient at the moment, not being wide enough, and a lot of construction activity happening at the moment.
So for me, I didn't see any impact on construction. It was impact on business. And I suppose my question, which is going to be probably quite a specific question to the office, is this time frame for the upgrade?
Yeah.
And then that raises some concerns about functioning of the lane for development of this nature, and the comments that you've given in relation to customers primarily driving. So
we would imagine.
You talked about the capability of the proposal to operate given its lane current condition and state.
Well, I think the facility would operate regardless of the laneway, because if people going there, they're just going to be very upset about getting there. Eventually, this would take probably about 2 years to complete. And it is our hope that council might have done something in that time. It's been on the cards for quite a while.
Thank you. That was my only question. Any further questions from members? If there are no further questions, thank you for your presentations. We will now move to Robert Hutang. Would you like to make some comments in relation to this proposal and any comments to which you've heard questions before we go to general questions from members?
Maybe just to say that the planning framework was probably changed some 10 or so years ago. We used to have some pretty conservative development standards in terms of what you could build in that area, and I guess it was identified this was an area with opportunity for redevelopment. So the planning framework was rewritten basically to look at more intensive development occurring within the Causeway precinct, and particularly for this strip of properties between Burswood Road and the laneway at the rear, with I guess that great park frontage that they have on the other side of the laneway. I guess the planning framework has been rewritten to contemplate largely a 2 or 3 story commercial element facing onto Burswood Road, and for potentially up to a 6 story development facing onto the laneway, and using the laneway as its new front door and entrance, and creating more activation of the right of way and more activity. So I guess as part of that too, the Causeway precinct vision looked at the laneway being upgraded to potentially a 7 metre wide right of way. It's currently 5 metres in terms of the actual carriageway. So the long-term vision planning makes provision for widening the laneway to 7 metres to accommodate obviously two-way movement of vehicles, a footpath, and also accommodating some parallel car parking on the park side of the laneway. So while that's obviously the long-term vision, and there's been concept plans prepared, for one reason or another that hasn't reached fruition, and doesn't have funding at the moment. So I guess just to say that, yeah, the planning framework does contemplate intensive redevelopment of these properties. Again, you could have a 6 story residential development on this site, and it contemplates quite a significant upgrade of the right of way. And I think it's already been mentioned, there's been some development already occurring on nearby sites where we've seen 6 story mixed use developments, which similarly have sole vehicle access from the right of way. I guess just in terms of some comments around sight lines. So when you come out onto Burswood Road from the laneway, the buildings next door are actually set back about 3 metres or so from the front boundary. So there are sight lines available at the moment. In terms of any potential blockage of the right of way, well, I guess ultimately that's maybe a policing issue for our rangers to be ensuring that vehicles aren't standing blocking the right of way. But I guess I would just say, as the applicant has pointed out, is that there is pedestrian access from Burswood Road. So there's opportunity to park on Burswood Road, on-street parking there, and enter the site through the pedestrian access from Burswood Road. In some ways, that might actually be more convenient for parents on a regular basis to be parking on the street, walking in off Burswood Road, dropping the kid off and going back out on the street rather than traversing the right of way. That's my main comments at this point in time.
Thank you. Members, we will go to questions. We'll first go to Councillor Peter Melrose online. Do you have any questions for town officers?
Just a quick one for Mr. Cruikshank. Given the applicant is happy to extend the canopy over the footpath to 2.5 to ensure that it's in accordance with the future streetscape design for Burswood Road, is it then, I guess, recommended, appropriate or preferred to condition this?
Thank you for raising the issue. Maybe it was somewhat of an oversight on our part, not giving that enough thought. So I think it would be, yes, it would be appropriate probably for a condition to say something along the lines of the design of the canopy to Burswood Road to be designed to the satisfaction of the town.
Okay, that's good. I'll note that that's probably something that I'm going to bring up when the time comes during the meeting.
Do you have any further questions, member?
No, thanks.
Members in the room, do you have any questions? Do you have any questions?
Just
RS?
thank you. The issue of the right of way, you indicated earlier that the city, or sorry, the town has a view of that area there'd be intensification of development, and clearly the 5 metre right of way based on that isn't going to be sufficient. So in terms of widening, is that likely to come from the private properties, or is the town's view that it will come from adjacent reserve?
The town's view, it will come from both.
Both.
So essentially, it's a 5 metre wide right of way. We're looking at 1 metre coming off the private property side and 1 metre off the park side to get your 7 metre ultimate width.
Okay,
in fact, it may need to be a little bit more into the park to also accommodate the parallel parking that's contemplated. Yeah.
And so this proposal complies with that intent. Notice a 1 metre widening on the right of way.
It makes provision for the widening of the right of way by 1 metre on the private property side, which is the town's position.
Do you have any further questions?
Thank you.
Could you provide a response just in relation to the comments that I raised with the applicant, a similar response in relation to the proposed development, appropriateness of the proposed development at this time, the condition of the right of way? I just want to hear your comments, and I won't repeat all the things I just said earlier in relation to how I observed the condition and the flow in the lane.
Well, I think I may have touched on it, but maybe I haven't had, must admit, I haven't had a lot of experience driving out there on a regular basis, so I couldn't make comments on what the consistent experience is within that laneway. I certainly know I've been out there. I went out there last week, I think it was, but I couldn't say what the regular experience is. I do know during construction it definitely was pronounced, the impact, but that may not be confined to the construction period. Like I said before, if there is any obstruction occurring within the right of way, then that's a matter that the town can deal with to ensure that that doesn't occur. Other developments that have been approved along this laneway, intensive residential developments, and they seem to be managing one way or the other. May not be an optimum arrangement where maybe one car needs to stop and let another one pass at the same time, but it does seem to be working, albeit it's not optimal. Obviously, the widening of the right of way and upgrading the right of way, which might be some time away, will ultimately resolve that.
Thank you. My second question is that I note that the residential building that's been built 2 away, 1 away, includes parking behind it on the lane. Was that an obligation of that development? And does that apply to this development as well? That section of the lane's is in good condition behind that new development, and it's got parallel bays on the park side. I don't see any obligation on this proposal to have those works undertaken. So want to just clarify expectation for a development of this nature in terms of road, laneway works.
My recollection is that development had a deficiency of visitor car parking bays. So the applicant proposed to address that deficiency of visitor car parking bays by providing the parallel parking bays adjacent to the right of way. And obviously in assessing that, we've found that that's consistent with the ultimate vision, is to have parallel parking along the laneway there. In terms of the right of way itself, my recollection too is that has been resurfaced adjacent to that particular property, but that was largely due to construction damage that happened during the construction phase. It wasn't a condition of the approval that they needed to necessarily upgrade the right of way in that section next to the development. It was because damage was caused to make it, obviously not as trafficable as it should be. So that's my recollection of the circumstances of that approval, which circumstances are obviously different to this DA.
Thank you. No more any questions. If there's no further questions from panel members, thank you for your presentation. Now move to the agenda. There is a recommendation at the beginning of the agenda, recommendation for approval. In accordance with the DAP provisions, we will first go to the recommendation in the agenda. Is there a mover of the recommendation as written? It is moved, Member Dale Page. Is there a seconder for the recommendation as written? It is seconded, Member Tony Arias. Would the mover like to speak to the motion on the table?
Yes, please, presiding member. I support the recommendation for approval, hearing the responses to the questions today and the deputations made. I would like to move an amendment to condition 9 though, before the substantive motion, if I may.
Yes.
So condition 9 deals with the schedule of colours and materials and so on. I would like to amend that condition to add the words unless otherwise approved by the town of Victoria Park at the end of the condition.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for amendment 1? It is seconded, Tony Arias.
Thank you, presiding member. Look, the reason that I think this is important is the way that the condition is currently worded. There isn't scope for changes, even minor changes, to the approved colours, materials and finishes of the building in the future without further approval being required. The added wording just enables the town to approve deviations from the approved schedule without a formal DA in future, should this be required through maintenance or material unavailability or so on. Just gives them that flexibility without going through a planning process again. So that's the reason for the amendment.
Thank you. Would the seconder like to speak to the motion?
No, thank you.
Any other members wishing to speak to amendment 1? If there are no other speakers, would you like a right reply? Thank you. We are going to the vote on amendment 1, condition 9, adding additional words to the end of it. All those in favour? It's carried unanimously for the minute taker. Back to yourself.
Thank you, presiding member. Look, the proposal meets the desired future character for the precinct that is set out under Local Planning Policy 22, as well as the locational criteria of the town's policy on childcare premises. I note the design was also broadly supported by the design review panel, considered to meet the design principles of State Planning Policy 7.0, and note that the chair of the panel concluded that this is a good example of how a childcare centre can be integrated into an urban environment, and if those conditions that are met that were recommended, has the potential to be an exemplary development. So that's important to note. I do note the concerns that have been raised about the accuracy and validity of the information and assumptions contained in the traffic impact statement, but I haven't heard anything today that leads me to believe that that statement is fundamentally flawed. And so, satisfied from the answers to questions we posed that the development falls within the intensity that was envisaged for the site under the town's planning framework. So it looks like it could be more intense than currently proposed. So acknowledging the constraints with the laneway at the moment, and a little bit of pain that will be worn in the short term, ultimately it sits within the town's planning framework. So it would be hard not to support it on that basis. So I will support it on that basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Would the seconder like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, presiding member. Yes, I will support the motion to approve the application. In terms of the planning framework, both the uses proposed in terms of offices and childcare premises are either discretionary or permitted uses within the mixed use zone and therefore capable of approval. The proposed uses are also consistent with planning framework and the proposals outlined by the town's officers, so therefore consistent. In terms of bulk and scale, I think the proposals consistent with the existing context, and the RA comes to a similar conclusion, and noting that the DRP panel supported the development and indicated that it meets the 10 design principles of SPP 7. In terms of the traffic issues raised, I do accept that there are traffic challenges with this site, but I also will say that it's not unique to developments where occurring throughout Perth. And there is a need for local government to respond to some of these traffic issues or traffic challenges. I don't believe they're of a magnitude that prevent approval. And we've heard this morning that the town has proposals to address the issues to do with the right of way. So on that basis, I'm comfortable to support the application. In terms of other issues, amenity issues such as noise, I think there are conditions on the proposed approval which address the management of those impacts. So on that basis, I'm prepared to approve the motion and support the conditions that apply to the approval.
Thank you. I'll speak to the motion. I concur with comments that have been said to date in regard to this proposal. I note that the land use and form and scale are appropriate on the site, albeit in quite a small scale compared to what could occur. I am satisfied that the matters relating to traffic and parking, whilst I'd agree there's a level of challenge along Burswood Road, that particularly the lane has noted both in the RA and in the explanation today by town officers is subject to widening, as well as parking fronting or adjoining, parallel parking adjoining the park, but this is not specifically required by the applicant and associated with the applicant, given the on-site provision of parking is sufficient for the proposed development, and the manoeuvrability within the site is satisfactory, complies with the requirements, noting that the town's own engineer accepts and agrees with found no fault with the findings of the TIS. There is also information that the laneway will be used for waste management, and the material we have includes a private contractor to make those undertake that manoeuvring within the lane. I'm also satisfied with the commentary that's been provided from town officers today in regard to sightline. And whilst I accept that there will be some challenges at any intersection point of road, I am comfortable that this proposal and the framework for which it sits in and the future expansion of that laneway is suitable for a development of this nature. I'm also satisfied that there will be a time frame for which the construction will occur, which does create opportunities for further consideration of staging of the upgrades within the lane. So overall, I am satisfied with this proposal. As I've already said, I won't repeat the comments said by other members, but I do concur with those comments. I'm handing back to the mover for right of reply.
Francesca, Councillor Melrosa.
Oh, sorry. I beg your pardon.
Is it possible
Peter
if I
Melrose,
raise,
my apologies.
is it possible if I raise a further amendment?
Yes, you can.
I would like to go back to the awning issue and propose to add an additional number in the conditions. It'll sit somewhere between 9 and 12. So it'll obviously throw out all the other numbers after that. So I'm not fussed on which one it goes in as. I'd probably just 13. And it be reading the proposed awning from the subject development shall be constructed to a maximum width of 2.5 metres to the satisfaction of the town. Potentially detailed plans demonstrating compliance with this requirement shall be submitted to and approved by the town prior to the issuing of a building permit.
Thank you for reading that out. Has that, have you been able to get all of that? Have you got that written?
I do. I can send it to you guys.
If you can send it to the DAP, you've read it quickly and we're not necessarily able to capture it as quickly as you've read it. Members, you're very clear about what the amendment is to add a condition requiring further discussion on the awning width to 2.5 metres. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Does anybody need to be read a second?
Just a clarification, I think it was put to the applicant. The applicant acknowledged that it got accommodated.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to speak? Oh, sorry, is there a seconder for amendment 2? It is seconded. Would you like to speak to amendment 2?
Oh yeah, just briefly, I think it's really, really important that we acknowledge that the Burswood Road will be upgraded in the future. We're going through the detailed design phase this financial year, and obviously that's going to spur on further development, and the transformation of Burswood Road into something a little bit more similar to what we experienced on Albany Highway kind of demands a better response from the built form as it addresses the streetscape. So those larger canopies, I would argue, are far better to improve and increase the vibrancy, opportunity for different land uses that may or may not frequent those spaces that are developed over time. Obviously, there'll be offices at the start, but we may see that change given a better streetscape. So I think that increasing that from the 1.5, which I've never thought was a really good width in any circumstance of a nil setback, is definitely something we can improve on. And given the applicants are happy, I think it's quite a good outcome. Can just get that done with no fuss.
Thank you. Would the seconder like to speak to it?
Thank you, Presiding Member. Very briefly, I agree it will improve the streetscape and usability, and we've heard from the town's officers that it was probably an oversight and it is supported by the applicant. So happy to support the motion to include it as a formal condition.
Thank you. Any other speakers on amendment 2? Yes, Dalpage.
Very briefly, happy to support on the basis the wording provided by Councillor Melrose says that it needs to be provided to the satisfaction of the town. So it's not mandating it just yet. If there's a need for that to be slightly less or slightly different, it does create the ability for that to be tailored accordingly. So happy to support on that basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing that up. Members have all spoken. I will move back to the mover of the substantive for right of reply and close off debate. Do you wish to? Debate has been closed. We are going to the vote, including the 2 amendments. All those in favour? It is carried unanimously for the taker. I move back to the agenda. This part of the agenda, there are no Form 2 applications. No Section 31 SAT reconsiderations. At this point, I would like to thank Councillor Peter Melrose for your attendance and the presenters also for your attendance. Thank you for that. And, we will now move to part C of our agenda. For the minute taker, it is 10:16 and we're just going to seek an adjournment while we make a small change to our members. Is there a mover for an adjournment? Is moved Tony Arias. Is there a seconder? Seconded Page. All those in favour? Unanimous. Please note that there was only 3 in the room at the time of the vote.
go.
Good morning and welcome to this part of today's meeting. 10:21 a.m. and we are commencing part C of our meeting. I would like to welcome to today's meeting, this section, Councillor Ingrid Van Dorsen and Councillor Jemima Williamson Wong, representing the City of Fremantle to today's panel. Members, before we do a declaration of interest, I need to advise that this morning we received late material. It was received during the first part of this meeting, and I have not had a chance to read it, and it will not form part of any of my discussions. I don't know if any of you would have read or even received it at this point. Can I just get clarity if you have seen it at all and or had read any of it?
To clarify, this is the email that I've received an email from Patrick Quinn.
It's come up into my email box. I hadn't even had a chance to open
that, last night, but then it has come through as a email,
this
email
morning.
this morning.
Okay, so
and I have read it. I've received it and read it. Yes.
okay,
So Paul had sent the email to the councillors direct.
Okay.
And DAPS was sent the email. So the councillors got it last night, and then we got it late this morning, which we sent it to you.
Thank you. Okay, so we will deal with due consideration, and I will be referencing separate all the documents separately for our consideration today. So it will need to be recorded in the DAP minutes. So now we will go to declaration of due consideration, and I'll first ask panel members: have you duly considered matters contained in Part C of the agenda and Part C related information? If I can have a show of hands for those documents. That is unanimous for the minute taker, and I will now deal with the late material that I was referring to. And could I have a commentary, show of hands from members if the late material they have, which is an email material, have they seen and given due consideration to? There are 3 members who have duly considered it, and for other members, would you like to?
Presiding Mayor, I've just noticed that the email obviously came through during the meeting. No, I've only just scanned it.
So 2 members have not viewed the material and worked for part of decision making. And at this juncture, I'll ask members whether or not they wish to adjourn the meeting for 15 minutes or 10 minutes to enable the other members to read it. Is that the preference? So we're going to adjourn. It is 10:24 a.m. We're adjourning as 2 members will have not had a chance yet to read it.
Just need a mover in a second.
And well, so we'll move that mover. It is moved. Seconder, it is seconded. So the mover is Councillor Jemima Williamson Wong. It is seconded from Councillor Ingrid Van Dorsen. All those in favour? It is carried unanimously. We are now adjourning the meeting. For those in the room, the reason for the adjourning of the meeting is that late material was received this morning. For panel members that were in the meeting, it was received during the first part of today's meeting, and we have adjourned to enable, in particular, myself and Tony Arias to digest that material before we continue with this meeting. And I will come back to our declaration of due consideration. Thank you. Members, it is now 10:31 a.m. and I am convening the meeting. We are moving back to declaration of due consideration for the minute and for the members the people in the room. The adjournment was in order for members to read the late material in the email provided by Dr. Patrick Sean Quinn. That has now been completed and we will now go back to declaration of due consideration, particularly in relation to this late material. Can I have a show of hands that all members have also duly considered the late material provided? That is unanimous to take up. I will move to disclosures of interest. We already have 2 disclosures of interest. Councillor Andrew Sullivan, it's an impartial interest and he has written a paper regarding the skate ledge, which provides a personal view. He is not sitting on today's agenda. We have also an impartial interest from Councillor Jemima Williamson Wong. Her interest is that Law Clerk of McLeod, Fisher and Hammett, Handorf, and the proponent was previously a client. There were also additional further information also of impartiality interest, and that included involvement of a prior council decision in relation to this item, and an indication that she will exercise independent judgment in relation to this DAP before today's meeting. And it was also including a briefing with city staff. I will come to that now. That briefing, was that just facts of the proposal as opposed to any discussion of merit?
Correct.
Okay, that's clarification in the meeting as well. And the final part to your interest disclosure is that Godmother works at Space Agency, the architect of the proponent, and the applicant, although you have never discussed this proposal, that is consistent with the standing order provisions, and full participation in today's meeting is provided for yourself to participate. Members, are there any other disclosures of interest? I'll go to Councillor Ingrid Van Dawson.
Yes, I have a just impartiality interest, just in regard to the briefing from councillor. I received a briefing from the City of Fremantle officers regarding this item at the DAP meeting.
Thank you. And same briefing that you're both present at?
Was.
And so factual information only. Thank you. That impartiality interest has been provided. It has been approved. I've approved the interest for full participation in today's meeting, including voting on the item. Members, are there any other disclosures of interest at this juncture? There are no other disclosures of interest for the minute taker. We'll now move forward in the meeting. There are no Form 1 new applications for consideration. We are dealing with today's agenda for our Form 2 application. We have quite a number of presentations for today's meeting, and as everybody is probably already aware, in accordance with the DAP standing orders, clause 4.8.2, presentations are limited to 3 minutes. We have in total 18 presentations today with 1 written submission, and I will be managing the timing of those presentations with the assistance of the DAP Secretariat. There's been no approval granted for any individual presentation to exceed the 3-minute minute, and I would encourage you to focus on your verbal presentation to support what you have provided in writing within the 3-minute timeframe. I will advise you when we get to the 3-minute timeframe, and I would ask that people respect that and close out their presentation. So we will go in the order that I have got written here. We have got Mr. Ben Bowring, followed by Connor McLeod, Gustav Starnberg Eden, Jack Morelli, Michael Cordes, apologies if the pronunciation is not quite correct, Morgan Campbell Gassing, Rowan White, Sylvan Tognelli, Zachary Tileman, Riley Salmon Lomas, Andrew Cassels, Diane Summers, Randall Humick, Chrissy Mouse, Corey Sidon, and that could be incorrectly pronounced, Tobias Busk, Bill Griffiths, Megan Gammon, and we have And we have one written submission that has also been provided to all members, Dylan Gorton. We will now move to the presentations, and I will ask members to come forward to the table. Your information will be able to be heard because there is microphones that will be able to pick you up during your presentation. The first presenter is Ben Bowring, as he is in person. We have a number of presenters also online. Over to yourself, Ben. When you start speaking, I will start timeline. And sorry, before you do start speaking, as everybody has seen, all of the material that has been provided in writing today, members have duly considered before today's meeting. Over to yourself.
Okay, give me a sec. I'll just grab my notes up. I'm a good public speaker, but I'll try. Okay, just a quick background on myself. I'm a skateboarder, I'm 52, and I still skate regularly. For the past 26 years, I've been heavily involved in the Fremantle community. Back in '93, I saw Wool Stores in videos and wanted to move there for skateboarding. It was a world unique spot and wanted to be there. So in 1999, after leaving Kalgoorlie, I moved there and started skateboarding at Wool Stores regularly. I was able to meet the local sponsored skateboarders and all the heroes I looked up to from the videos. From there, through my connections at Wool Stores, I was offered a job at Momentum Skate Shop, a local business in Fremantle, and I went on to manage that store for 15 years. Also through my connections with skateboarding at Wool Stores and Momentum, I went on to be contacted by the Australian National Sporting Association, Skateboarding Australia, and became the WA Development Manager. So I did all this in a period of 26 years, also owned businesses in that area and socialised in that area. So big part of my life. I'm strongly against removing Section 38 because it's the only thing that protects skateboarding. I would like to address some of the misconceptions that have been thrown around. One big one is that we're talking about 85% of the ledge being saved. And that's great if it's usable. But if the majority of the ledge and the most important parts of the ledge that make it special and such a world-renowned travelling destination for people internationally is gone, then you lose that. I mean, let's imagine the Fremantle train line from Fremantle to Perth. If you took out the vital spots, Fremantle, Subiaco, Claremont, West Perth, it's ruined. You can't really use it. It's not going to work. And that's basically 20 kilometres with removing 4 of the stations. Wool Stores is 100 metres and there's 6 doorways. We're asking to keep, actually no, I mean, it's already been approved to keep 2 of them closed. So graffiti and rubbish, and that's another thing that's been stated. This happens with derelict abandoned buildings. That's not skateboarding. Skateboarding brings life to the space. We, from generation to generation, there is ongoing mentorship from the older guys. When I arrived, there were skateboarders that were going to uni and becoming to be psychologists. There was professional skateboarders. There was people that worked for the local stores. There was people that were artists. So I was mentored off them. Then me and my friends and my peers did the similar things for each generation. So following on from that, all the different generations of interconnected people, there's musicians, artists, people in finance, banking, business owners, a lot of skateboarders going to local government, pro skateboarders, youth worker, retail. We've even got doctors, people buying houses in Fremantle. It is
about at your time.
Okay, no worries. That goes quickly. So, I mean, basically, generation to generation, there is always ongoing mentorship.
We'll need to.
I'm following up. It's just a final sort of blurb. So essentially cutting the ledge in these spaces is going to ruin the connective tissue that connects the community across these generations. It's going to stop the international travellers wanting to come here, and it's just going to end all that.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Do you want to just wait there? You might have questions. Panel members, are there questions to this presenter? Yes, Member Dale Page.
Yes, please. And I have a few. And in reading the submissions, some of them touched on similar themes. So
No
you're
problem.
just the unfortunate
That's right. I may
that goes first, but-
pass some of them on to the other panel members.
Right, I think from what I've heard, you are well credentialed to answer them. So, you talked about the skatable portion of the ledge.
Yeah.
So there are different numbers that I've seen about how much is being removed and so on. And you talked about the usable or skatable part. How much, in your view, of the skatable portion of the ledge will be retained if condition 38 was deleted?
Oh, well, it's like I said with my analogy about the train stations, it's chopping out so much of it so that you can't really use it properly if there's big portions being shut off and not available for skateboarding. Cutting the main ledge, which is what's featured in a lot of videos from all around the world and what people travel to really skate. If that's gone, you're losing that special appeal. Imagine South Beach and that whole area of the beach. We're not going to ruin it, but we're going to put a bunch of jetties up the middle of it and park boats off. And now all the families have to swim up against the rocks. It's not going to work.
So just as a follow-up to explore that a little bit, what I'm hearing is that if we delete condition 38, it would kill the skater experience. But would that be for the broader skater community or just for the experts? You talk about people traveling, but
yeah, I do. I can answer that. It's basically for the broader skateboarding community because, I mean, the skateboarders that are going to be skateboarding there, they start really between 12 and 13, 15 when kids and youth start traveling by themselves to these locations to be able to skate. And it's on those particular areas that you're able to test your skills with longer grinds and continuous tricks after tricks. With the 6 openings, it's going to inhibit that. It doesn't matter that there's 85%. Even with only 2 doorways open, it's going to reduce what we can skate. And that's happy. We're pro the development. You know, I'd love to see a flourishing building there with skateboarders being able to activate the space outside as well. I mean, we used to feed dogs when they were stuck in there, and you know, we're very community minded. So, you know, we talk to the people walking past. So it's really about those. That's the only condition 38 is the only thing that really is protecting the ongoing skatability and uniqueness of the space.
Okay. Look, there's been information provided about, and I think the applicant provided some survey information about the extent of usage of the ledge, and I think some of your submissions seem to dispute some of that information. In your view, then, not asking for definite, it's just your view. How many hours a week on average is the ledge being used by skaters, and by how many people do you think?
I mean, quite a lot. So firstly, I'd just like to address the survey. The survey was conducted in the middle of winter. It was also done during weekdays. Traditionally in winter, a lot of skateboarders will travel to warmer areas, go to Europe. There was at least 20 of our various levels, some sponsored, some just skateboarding for recreational fun, but went over to Europe in that period for a tour to skate, to film at similar spots to the Woolstores building. Now, just recently, there's 6 Japanese skaters in town. They've been here a day, and their first stop was Woolstores. They were there for 5.5 hours.
So just to jump in, because I'm just mindful that
Sure.
There's a lot of people still to talk. So I've read the information disputing the survey and the fact that it was due. So I hear that, but I'm asking just for your estimation on how many hours a week on average and how many people a week on average do you think would use the space? Not just the specialists that travel for it, but...
Okay, I'm not an expert in numbers, but for example, on the weekends, people will go down there and skate between 10 in the morning to like 6 at night. Depending on the sunlight hours, you can be there all day. You'll go get lunch, you'll come back. So hours on hours. After work, depending on what time you're lucky enough to finish your work in the afternoon or finish school, there'll be a couple of hours there as well. So it really depends on the time of year. To highlight what you're asking me is, if you look at a football oval during the weekdays, it's empty all day long. If you look at a football oval outside of the football season, it's not even big games taking place. It's an empty oval. So basing that survey off winter usage at wool stores at a period when most people are going away for warmer climates for skateboarding, it just doesn't work.
Okay.
It's false.
Thank you. Just two more if you don't mind. In your view, what are the key factors that contribute to making this place special for skaters? And I'm assuming it's more than just the ledge. So I get all the information about the ledge and how unique it is. But is it also the vibe or the character of the place? Or is it just the ledge?
It's all of those things. It is the ledge specifically, and it is the fact that it's shaded. It is also the fact that we're in the heart of Fremantle and able to communicate and make connections with the general public walking past. Like there's people that walk past plenty of times or come past in wheelchairs and stop and talk. We're very connected with Clancy's and other local businesses. I ran a skateboard brand for over 15 years, close to 20 years. And we did a collaboration with Clancy's. We did skateboarding branded decks with cross promotion just for fun, because we would always go there and eat dinner after skating there all day. So it's being part of the community and bringing life to the space.
So just to close that out, and I'm just going to post a scenario. So let's assume the ledge remains intact, but you can't access the space for 2 years while this development is a construction site, right? They put a fence around it and for safety's sake, you can't get there. And when skaters, and I'm talking not just the specialists, the broader skaters are able to access the space, it's quite different. Even though the ledge is intact, it's new and shiny and there's lights inside and a whole bunch of new people milling around and so on. Given the hiatus and the new character of the place that will definitely emerge through the redevelopment, would the space, not just the ledge, would the space still be as attractive to the general skate community, or doesn't that make a difference, do you think?
It'd be even more so attractive. As long as condition 38 is there and it's skatable. I mean, there's plenty of examples. You look at all the examples all over the world in Europe, like there's highly populated areas with famous skate spots, and the skateboarders and the community coexist. I mean, the skateboarders bring life to the community. As I mentioned, I mean, a lot of the skateboarders are doctors, physical therapists, or, you know, it's not just kids on skateboards with nothing else to do. It's highly intelligent, highly creative people, and choosing to express themselves in the way they interpret the urban environment. It'll be a wonderful thing when it's redeveloped. I can't wait to be able to skate the ledge, then run inside, grab a coffee instead of having to skate. I mean, we used to always do that. Then we'd skate off to Old Shanghai or Oceans when it was down at the Coles spot. A lot of you wouldn't remember, but the Coles back in the day used to make fresh rolls. Coles rolls were amazing. And, you know, you get to know all the people that work in the stores. I mean, skateboarders are part of the community and bring the heart and life to it.
Thank you.
Any further questions from panel members? Yes.
I have one, a slightly more technical question. When you were speaking about the skateability, which you discussed in detail, you were mentioning the main ledge or the main aspect of the ledge. When we look at the facade of the wool stores, is there a specific bit that is kind of the main ledge within condition?
Yeah, for sure. Okay. Stand up, Rowan. This, I've got it on as well. The windowsill ledge. People have been making prints, photos, badges, skateboard graphics, t-shirts. I've seen a mat the other day, like someone had made this amazing mat. And so, yeah, that windowsill ledge is iconic. It's what people come to get photos from around the world. Recently, the Korean Olympic team was in town and they were filming tricks on that ledge in front of the windowsill. Also, last year, Chloe Covell, Australian Olympian, was here doing that. Very important part of her run was a trick on that ledge. And for anyone that doesn't understand what a run is, or a line in skateboarding out in the streets, you film video parts and you would equate that to a musician releasing an album, having a wool stores footage in that video part on that ledge in front of that windowsill was like your key track in your album. A lot of other fillers, but that's a must. People travel here and the first thing, wool stores, we have to get there. Let's get some footage. It's amazing.
And if I can
Second question.
follow up, further to it being iconic as a space that people would film in, is it essential for the skateability of the ledge, or is it valued for the aesthetic value?
Well, the skateability for sure. Because if that doorway was open and you're chopping the ledge, all of a sudden you're not able to access a long portion and the spacing changes. Again, it really just chops down what's skatable and inhibits that. If there's too many breaks and it's cut short, it's just not doable. Like the holes, what's special about the place will be gone. And you just won't be able to use it in the same light. It wouldn't have its appeal or its attraction. So I literally based my whole life around moving because of that space. I chose that ledge over going and basing your life around other places around the world because it's perfect and it fosters environment, like fosters a community. And it's just, unfortunately, if you don't skateboard, it's really hard to understand. I appreciate that, but the positioning of it and the length makes it very vital.
Yes, further questions?
I do have a question. Could you just clarify as well, again, it's around the extent of the ledge, but where the applicant is proposing the new opening, which towards, sorry, I have to get my bearings, the southern end, there is a gap in the ledge there now, isn't it? Like it's not a full, is there?
No, that's part of a natural spacing that works.
Yeah.
So
that space, so it's not, we're not like removing, oh, sorry, the applicant not removing a section of the ledge. It's just.
We are removing a section of the ledge.
Oh, sorry, but just that opening, sorry, to the south.
Yeah.
There's a break in the ledge.
Yeah, there is a natural break in the ledge already, which, I mean, it falls within the spacing of what's a natural way to skate a place. Because when you're skating somewhere, you take pushes, get on your board, roll. You might do a flat ground trick, then you'll be onto the ledge, off, have a couple of pushes, which, might span from here across the room. Then you hit you set up, ready for the next trick on the next ledge. So that is a natural break that allows and works with the flow. It's kind of the way, all right, imagine in surfing, there's some areas where the reef creates a natural flow and the waves work. There's other areas where the waves just don't work. This is essentially a natural resource in the urban world that allows skateboarding to prosper and thrive. And that's why it's been so popular, since the 90s, really, since the late 80s when it first started getting skateboarded. And today, like it was relevant. I'm 100% relevant then. It was relevant 10 years ago, 15 years ago, and it's relevant now, and it'll be relevant in 20 years' time. It's the sort of space for skateboarding that doesn't get outdated.
Thank you.
Any further questions from panel members? Thank you for your presentation. We'll move to our next presenter, Connor McLeod, and you're online, I understand. Is that correct?
Ready.
Connor, your presentation will start timing once you start speaking. Sorry, I can't hear you. Just 1 minute. Wait, if you can wait 1 moment. We can't hear you at the moment.
It's on his end. He's on the microphone.
No, nothing. We can't hear anything at the moment.
Connor, you might need to change your microphone settings.
Connor, what we'll do is we'll just, we might move to our next one while you try, and we'll come back to you. We have our next presenter who is online, Gustav Svanborg Eden. Are you online? And we'll go to you first while Connor continues to get his sound working.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Amazing. Okay. So I'll proceed then. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. in favor of keeping condition 38 and also in support of skateboarding at wool stores. And I think we should remember, I should introduce myself as well. I work with skateboarding as a tool for urban development in Malmö, Sweden. And I think it's important to remember that what we have here is not, it's an opportunity to enable something positive, not to prevent it. And I think we need to consider that cities aren't just their physical infrastructure, even if we're talking about the ledge. I mean, what we're really here about is to, and what's so positive about this proposal is that we understand that commercial value is driven by stories and relationships. And from my perspective, I think we need to be clear. This is not about the length of a piece of string to 85% or not. It's about whether or not we cut the string. And so I think it's important to consider stories this proposal offers us to tell. And I think if we remove condition 38, I think there's a real risk that it'll tell the story of how this site used to be a place for culture, but how it now has turned into a generic commercial space, that you'll be able to see signs of life that used to be there, kind of like, you know, cave paintings or, but I mean, wouldn't you rather see the life there itself? I mean, wouldn't that resonate more with tourists and potential customers? And I think it should be also a concern for us that keeping or removing condition 38 will tell the story of how the city prioritized commercial interests over those generated by the people. We see how engaged the community here is. This is a real infrastructure. And I mean, what relationship does that build with the citizens of Fremantle? I mean, what role are they given here? Is there our role as citizens to consume or to pay? I mean, is that who we're supposed to be? And I think, I mean, wouldn't you rather tell the story of that the role of people is to generate life, like these kids have done, and adults. I mean, Bao is 52, and we have the opportunity to do that, to tell that story, and it's a powerful story. I mean, to talk about how a youth community found a use of an abandoned building and, you know, created a social platform spanning and connecting generations, generating, you know, countless careers in creative sectors, local business, youth organizations, and I mean, all the things that you will hear more about today. And I mean, the story of how the skaters brought their culture to wool stores and defined it in the minds of the population is real. I mean, that is wool stores. They are the skaters. They are a part of the city. And in Fremantle, if you care about something,
you're going to need to wrap. Gustav, you've now gone over time. You'll need to wrap the presentation. Okay. Yep, your 3 minutes is now up.
Yeah, okay. So if we're going to balance the two stories here, I think you really shouldn't underestimate the power of the social and cultural infrastructure that the story of protecting wool stores can provide. As public officers, you know how important an infrastructure relationship is. And
sorry, Gustav, you will need to close out your presentation. Sorry, you're continuing to.
If you have any questions, again, I work with skateboarding and urban development. I'm, as you can tell, keen to talk. So thank you very much for your time. And yeah.
Thank you. Panel members, are there questions to this presenter?
Yes.
Yes, over to yourself.
Thanks. Gustav, in terms of your experience in skateboarding and economic development, can you think of a similar development where skateboarding existed before, or skateboarding exists within I guess a fresh public realm rather than somewhere that has historically been I don't want to use the word abandoned, but I guess empty?
I think what you'll find most around the world is that skateboarding has been a driver of social and urban development. So like in this case, unused spaces of the city, skaters have found them, developed their own skate space, made culture thrive, and then that has attracted other interests. And so, I mean, the traditional model would be to sort of, I guess, remove skateboarding and for other interests. But skaters have also been successful in blending spaces. In Malmö, we have, I mean, we have countless projects where we've introduced skateboarding into the public realm to coexist because we see that it provides other types of functions than removing it from urban spaces and removing them to skate parks, because the skaters provide a real important social infrastructure in that they're not shy. I mean, if you take an empty square, no one's going to just stand up and dance, you know? So if you want a space to live, you need a first user. You need someone to provide an alibi for someone else. And the skaters are used to claiming space. They're used to being active. And so we see where we take empty spaces and we introduce skateboarding strategically. We see that other users begin to use them. So we see skaters start, but then maybe other wheel-borne activities follow. And then we have yoga, dancing, all kinds, you know, urban workouts, all kinds of activities, because in the minds of the people, the space gets recoded as an active space. And the skaters can really provide that service. And people also, we need to remember that skaters don't want to cause conflict or run into people and so on. As you can see, you have a responsible community here. And so skaters are very skilled at being social with all different types of users because they're one of the few user groups that meets all kinds of people all day. I mean, from the elderly to kids to homeless people to security guards to everyone, skaters know how to engage, how to interact because they get that social training from being out in the streets. And I think that is, you know, a real infrastructure that coexisting multifunctional urban spaces can provide. It provides a opportunity for people to meet and develop relationships, like the glue that kind of keeps, gives spaces identity and so on.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will move back to Connor McLeod and see.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay, how about now?
Yes.
Fantastic. Sorry about that.
Okay.
All right. I'll start off. I'll be very brief as I'm aware you have 17 presentations to get through. But hello, panel members and everyone in the room. I am Connor and I've been volunteering my time over the last 2 years to help retain the Woolies skate ledge. Thank you for listening to me speak on this matter now for a second time. On April 29th, it was voted by this panel in this room that condition 38 is retained in the development application. I consider this to be a very brave decision, advocating for the needs of a community group, somewhat against the wishes of a larger developer. It made me feel excited to live in a community where exciting things can happen. And I believe that you made the right decision, so I just want to say thank you very much for doing so. To remind you, the decision that you made was not made in haste. Your panel sat there, listened to arguments from skateboarders and developers, as well as professionals and academics. You also read our proposals, read the developers' proposals, perhaps also visited the site in your own time. This decision was a wise one, in my opinion, because of the time and resources that were spent making it, that you spent making it. Putting myself in your shoes as a panel member, I would possibly be frustrated that this matter wasn't resolved by Human Urban and the West Australian Skateboarding Association outside of this room over the last 7 months. I imagine it's also frustrating that your original decision to keep Amendment 38 wasn't really, to my knowledge, entertained in any creative way. From my understanding, Human Urban haven't tried to get in a room with the West Australian Skateboarding Association since the last DAP meeting to try to come up with an arrangement. Closing, like most, I really want this development to go ahead. I think it will be an amazing asset for Freo. But as the West Australian Skateboarding Association have and will continue to argue, the ledge has its own merits and cultural significance that also needs to be retained. I think that condition 38, as it stands, allows for this. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Members, are there any questions to this presenter? Thank you. There are no questions at this juncture. We move to our next presenter, who is also online, Jack Morellini.
There we go. Is that better? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you and see you.
Great, perfect. It's quite early in the morning, so excuse the caffeine jitteriness, but I'll get started. At our last DAP, I thanked and congratulated HU for their hard work and talked about the fact that to be discussing 2 openings on a project of this scale was a monumental achievement. I praised the positive relationship between HU and WASA, having myself vocally supported their request for the removal of the condition relating to the public art funding. Yet HU will tell you that we have been unwilling to cooperate. Frankly, this appeal has provided no new evidence or any additional information. The developer has essentially taken an approval and ignored it as it did not suit their commercial interests. And here we are again, talking about 2 out of the 6 proposed doorways on an 80-metre facade. And we need to be clear, the skaters who are being painted as wanting it all to themselves are supportive of this development and the remaining 4 doors. Now we're talking about heritage, and please keep in mind that HU actually recommended that we apply for the ledge to be recognised as a heritage place. HU have severely minimised DPLH's statement suggesting that the ledge is a rare example of a skateboarding location that has been used consistently for this length of time. It is for this reason that the Heritage Council is considering an in-detail amendment to the existing listing of the building to include the ledge. We actually agree that a new heritage listing would not be appropriate in this case. The commentary used by HU in their submission does not adequately represent the true response from the Heritage Council and their support for this amendment. As stated in HU's submission, the Heritage Council are not considering this amendment a priority at this time. However, this is due to their focus being on the bicentenary, and they have emphasised that this decision is not a reflection on the heritage significance of the ledge. As with most of the information submitted by HU, half has been intentionally omitted. As the ledge is now being considered, it meets the definition of a heritage protected place under the deemed provisions for local planning schemes. This means that the Heritage Council would need to be notified by the decision maker of any proposals which may affect the ledge, which the removal of Condition 38 would. Phil Griffith's letter regarding Condition 38 talks about the ledge blocking multiple doorways. Again, this is incorrect and misleading, as we are only talking about 1 proposed doorway that is currently blocked. And this is actually because this doorway is currently a window. This is a doorway that in fact for the last 60 years has been a window. I'm sure I don't have to explain to our state's leading heritage architect that this is not actually how heritage works. Heritage does not simply call for reinstatements of all that was originally constructed. Heritage is alive and evolving around us every day. For example, the window that was originally a door has been a window for almost double the time that it was ever a door. Any living person who has interacted with the building can be sure to only ever recall this opening as a window. So as a heritage argument, the window should remain a window and the ledge should remain in front of it. My final point, perfect. My final point is in relation to streetscape activation. At the previous DAP, Circus WA spoke about the importance of all stakeholders being able to participate in the activation of the Cantonment Street precinct. Circus WA has since announced that they'll be leaving the precinct thanks to a generous contribution from Adrian Finney. With the sad departure of the circus, the precinct is being left with even less remaining guaranteed cultural activation. It is now more important than ever that the skateboarding community at Woolstores is protected and fostered. We provide invaluable guaranteed activation, security, a presence and an identity. We've been the most consistent, committed and important part of this area in Fremantle for 40 years, and we would like to see our cultural heritage protected and active going forward. Thank you, panel, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Panel members, are there any questions to this presenter? Yes.
Thanks, Jack. My question is about the, I guess, working relationship and communication between WA Skateboarding Association and HU since the conditional approval in April. Can you outline whether or not there has been communication or, I guess, discussion about the fact that Condition 38 was supported?
So we weren't contacted whatsoever. We contacted Human Urban once on another matter because we took it upon ourselves to start working on the precinct because we thought that HU would be working on this and they would come to us when required. So we started working on the precinct with another Swedish architect, and they actually asked if some drawings could be provided. So that was when we reached out to HU. HU like most instances in this relationship, said no, you can't have anything. So again, we weren't given any information. So this consultation that they talk about has actually just been communication. They tell us what they've come up with when they've come up with it, and in this case, they came up with nothing. So they told us nothing. We heard about it when everyone else did in the form of an appeal, which was disappointing.
Any further questions from panel members? Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
We will now move to our next presenter, who is in person here, Michael Cordis.
The classics, the time starts now.
Just about, yeah. When you start, I will start the timer.
Okay, good morning to everyone here, and again, thank you for the opportunity to speak and for us to be heard. I'm just going to be fairly sharp and to the point here, outlining my connection to the building and what I feel should be happening moving forward. I started skateboarding in 1996 at the age of 13, so I've been pretty much on the ground floor at Wool Stores. I've been directly involved with that building for the last 29 years. My children now skated as well. It's become a generational thing. My eldest son is 8. His friend said to me, Mick, I'd like to go skateboarding at a street spot. There is only one place in Perth I'm going to take him to. And I think we all know where I'm going to take him. This building and the culture that spawned at Wool Stores came along to me as a 13-year-old child. I've just seen my parents divorce, and the friendships that spawned from there and the spirit that fostered there is still very strong. Ben now teaches my son how to skateboard. Morgan, one of our other speakers, has known me since I'm 13 years old. Generations of friendship here. This building is a cultural icon. Make no mistake about it. Say what you will about it. Think of it as an eyesore. It is not. It is a cultural icon. It is known worldwide. When I lived in Manchester and I showed people pictures of the building, they straight away knew where it was. I'm in various skateboarding groups from around the world, and people will quote tricks back to you. That's the ledge that Grizzly Adams did his 6-line on. That's the ledge that Shane O'Neill did the 16-line trick on. The building is known around the world. It is recognised. Nike bought out their American, their European, their Australian teams to come and skate this building. We had Red Bull conduct a major event last year with Olympians at the building. In 2025, the notion that skateboarders are just no waste of space is still being pushed. Having this development, having this as part of your streetscape and part of your community will go so far to dispel this, because we're not. We are good people. We're parents. We're teachers. We're members of a community. We are out there. It's very disappointing that this approach is being taken where we're looking to remove such a critical and crucial part of the ledge to the culture of the Wool Stores, especially when we consider that skateboarding at the Wool Stores has been used extensively as part of the This is Fremantle marketing campaign. I myself have been in those campaigns. My friends have been in those campaigns. Large billboards on the Kwinana Freeway illustrating the iconic window part of the ledge. Even when you go to the visitor centre, in the centre of Fremantle, there is a map. On the corner of Cantonment, Goldsborough Street, there is an icon of a skateboarder. I think every person in this room knows what's on the corner of Cantonment and Goldsborough Street. We're talking about the Wool Stores. So to have us and use us for our street cred and our culture in one day, to bring people in and then to push us away, I think is grossly unfair. You cannot have it both ways. We are in support of this development. We want it to happen. I think it's going to be great. The kids can come down, watch Dad struggle to skateboard, and go have a coffee and laugh about it afterwards. We are part of it. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, no problems. I just want to say that if we remove Condition 38, we are erasing 4 decades of history here. It's akin to going to Fremantle Oval, pulling up the goalposts, and telling South Fremantle Football Club you can't play there anymore. And by the way, go Bulldogs, all right? So, yeah.
Thank you for your presentation. Members, are there any questions to this presenter? Yes, Tony Arias.
Thank you. Thank you for your passion. I obviously know Fremantle less well than you do, but I do know the Wool Stores, having spent a lot of time in my youth through that area. It is iconic, and the photos we see of it right now, from a world perspective, probably don't reflect where it should be. And trying to understand how the skating community sees that moving forward. Now, I've seen photos of graffiti, rubbish. Now, rubbish could be any point in time. There could be rubbish that may not be there. So how do you see it actually being integrated? Now, in a practical sense, you know, the applicant's clearly saying it doesn't work. You're saying, and some of the other submitters saying it will work. So how do you see it being integrated into a retail type living environment? How do you see it?
Okay. So I think in having to, and I can understand the sentiment of people looking at it and you go, it looks like an eyesore, it's not there. And again, to stress, this is the development that this building needs. Okay, we want to see it preserved for the next 100 years. We want to be part of its history for the next 40 years. This is not in dispute. I believe that it can coexist in the way that it already exists now. So it is still a pedestrian thoroughfare. We are aware of our surroundings. We're aware of the people around us. It's currently used as a car park. So people park their cars right next to us and we're aware of that. A little bit of common sense kicks on in our approach. If we see a family unloading their car, we're going to stop skateboarding until they walk past. The similar question was raised at the last panel, and the suggestion put forward was some strategic placements of, say, planter boxes or bollards, which sort of divert people around the skateboarding, for want of a better word, skateboarding arena, because that's what it is. It is theatre at the end of the day. It is a form of theatre, the battle of watching people land their tricks. You look at it and you go, why is that person celebrating? Because he spent 3 hours trying to land that trick. We can have the both. Yes, you got your retail space here, okay, but it's going to be a diversion of maybe 20 metres around the skateboarders. People will come and watch the skateboarding here, kids, and we see it quite often now as they're unloading their cars to go to Clancy's. I've got here, little dude, just have a sit on the ledge and watch the skateboarders go. Oh, we're ready to go, and off they go. A lot of the times, the parents often ask, "Can the kid have a go of his skateboard?" Absolutely, no problems at all. It's always a really positive interaction. Like I say, I bring.
Sorry, can I interrupt you?
Sure.
The question was really the intensity of the development is completely different to what it is today.
Yes.
Okay. Skateboarders have that site almost exclusively, other than some pedestrian movement. I'm thinking 2 years into the future, you've got a redevelopment. How do you integrate it specifically? Where you've got you know, people coming out of the apartments, coming out of the retail. How do you see that happening?
I would say that it'd go on ebb and flow. I mean, obviously, we're going to arrive, and if we can see that it's bustling, we might occupy another part of the ledge, and as the crowds start to thin out, we might move forward. So obviously, we're not going to go and start skating in the middle of the when there's a heap of people around, but as it sort of tends to sort of wane off, we'll sort of progress where it is. I believe, and it does, like I say, there is interaction there. It's not as if the space is completely dead. People walk through there with their shopping. There is movement. There is life there. Obviously, the scale is going to increase, and we will monitor that as ourselves, as responsible community members, as to what we should be doing, what we shouldn't be doing, and when. As has already been tabled as well, there's evidence of where these large-scale developments are working in Europe, where skateboarding has been factored into the design and is encouraged and embraced. So I believe that we can manage it as a community and as responsible members of a community as to where and when we shouldn't be skating it and what time. We don't dispute the development. We don't not want it. We're just simply asking, please don't take out the most important part of this building for us. That's all we're asking.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions from panel members? Thank you for your presentation. We're moving to Morgan Campbell-Gassing, and Morgan is online. Morgan, can you try your sound and we'll just see if we're all connected?
Sound check?
Yep, we can see and hear you clearly.
Fantastic. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on the behalf of the preservation of wool stores. I've been skating since 1985. I've still a sponsored skateboarder. I've been a professional skateboarder since 1994. Without wool stores, I probably wouldn't have had the opportunities I've had to travel the world. Aside from locals being able to hone their skills and take them to the rest of the planet, one of the most beautiful things I've found about skating Woolies and any globally renowned skate spot such as Woolies is the fact that it acts as a magnet for talent to come from all over the world. So potentially, if you were a kid or an adult who'd never had the opportunity to travel, you would have had the opportunity to meet foreign people and people from interstate, and therefore be exposed to other cultures. If there's any doubt in the validity of Woolstores being cited as a globally significant skate spot, it could be quickly eradicated by looking at this history of it appearing in videos. From the first videos we filmed after we started to inhabit the space in the early to mid-90s, they made their way overseas. Then other Australian videos were filmed there. They made their way overseas. And eventually, in the early 2000s in particular, Woolstores acted as a point of interest for the world's best teams. The summer of 2006 saw 5 or 6 international teams come and film there, and subsequently the footage landed in videos such as arguably the most highly awaited video of the century, Lakai's Fully Flared, had a homage to Woolstores in the center of Mike Carroll's part. Mike Carroll is a street skating pioneer. So right there and then, if someone didn't know about Woolies, they would have found out by watching Lakai's Fully Flared. And there's not many skaters from that era that missed out on that video. Now, if there was an opening or an extra section cut out of the ledge, it would immediately change the way this spot is utilized and therefore affect its attraction for skateboarders worldwide. It's a strip of 100 meters of ledge to your average person, but to your average skateboarder, it is a very rare species. And there is no ledge in this country with the same level of fame that has remained skatable. We can't let Woolstores go the way of all the other spots. It is very important to retain the ledge in full and to enable it to be skated as it is at the moment on weekdays and weekends. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Panel members, are there questions? Yes.
Yes, please. Morgan, I'm just picking up on a comment you made. You said that if that extra bit of ledge is removed, it will change the experience.
Yes.
But I'm keen to, because I asked this question initially and member Arias has sort of touched on this. Is it not going to change anyway, given the changing nature of the development, the changing nature of the public realm in that location? The City of Fremantle's got plans to upgrade the public realm in that location at some point. Is it not going to change?
Thank you for your question. It is inevitable that it will change, but skateboarders will show pedestrians and any users the respect that is needed. And we're all aware that with time, things change. Spots come and go, trees come and go, buildings come and go. But it is our duty as members of the community to retain what we can and at least enable it to be skated the way it is now, and it has been for the last 40 years. It's our duty to retain that as much as we can. And even if there are periods where it is super busy, at least we can come back, on a quieter Sunday afternoon and skate the ledge as it's meant to be skated.
Just another question, if you don't mind. And picking up on your passion and that of others and comparing it to other locations that are iconic, I guess, more broadly, how many of those locations are on private property?
A lot of them are on private property or bordering with private property. But even those that are on public property often get skate stopped. You know, these are like small metal caps that are put on the ledge. They're much the same kind of approach as putting a spike on a gutter to stop a bird from sitting there. But I'd say it's about 50-50 with street spots, private property and public property.
Okay.
But there is certainly a move across the planet, as Gustav stated, our friend from Sweden. There's a move to keep these, we call them naturally occurring skate spots, as they are, because they bring vibrance to the area. So even though the rest of the world is catching on to this, it's yet to be implemented in Australia, this approach. There's a few skates-friendly plazas in Melbourne, yet to know of anything that's happened in Sydney. But I think we've got an opportunity here to really show Australia and the rest of the world that we're prepared to move forward in our approach to public space.
Thank you. Any further questions to this presenter? Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We are moving to Rowan White, who is in person in the meeting today.
Read off my phone. Hi, I'm Rowan. I'm the Secretary of LASA, and in my spare time I also work full-time as a doctor at Freo Hospital. I'm saying that because all of us speaking against the appeal work full-time and contribute to the community outside of this entire thing. You know, we wouldn't be dedicating hundreds of hours of our lives to protecting this condition if it wasn't crucial to the survival of our culture. I know it's been hard for us to explain specifically why this 1.6 meters is important to lay people, but if it wasn't that important, we wouldn't be doing this, you know. I just want to focus on a few key aspects of the appeal quickly. So on the validity of condition 38, there's been claims that there's been a lack of community consultation for condition 38. It's not true. It was included prior to the city's responsible authority report. It was approved after a public debate, a vote by council and a vote by DAP. So this is due process that has happened. And the appeal has no new information. Condition 38 does respect heritage principles. There's arguments that it doesn't. As we've heard before, like HCWA says it warrants consideration in detail and an interpretation plan which must be included. Our charter states that when the use of a place is of cultural significance, it should be retained. Heritage is living and evolving, as we've heard, and this applies to skateboarding and the retention of our use there. The arguments that it contradicts design principles, I think, are also flawed. There will still be 4 active openings, which will remain on the Cantonment Street facade. The other argument I've heard is that it will be considered weird or clunky. We see this as unique and innovative, and it will bring more intrigue to the place. There's also been a lot of mention of permeability and active street frontage being essential for business success. I think if we look at the Cappuccino Strip in Freo as an example, everywhere on there has excellent permeability and active street frontage. There's many openings, there's a lot of an active street, but so many of those businesses are empty and failing at the moment. And I think the reason for that is, you know, ludicrously high rent and a lack of free to use third spaces in Freo and exciting community incentives. And that's exactly what we provide to this place. So claiming that it's because of a lack of doorways just doesn't make sense. We know of 2 aligned businesses who have met with HU about retail spaces and the wool stores, and we really welcome that. Both of them have expressed concern to us about the price and being pushed into committing to something so early with so little information. They haven't had any promises on what their space will look like. These are independent and prominent, successful retailers in Perth, Beyond Skate and My Life. They fit the description of what HU want, but they can't afford to be there. If they can't, I don't know who can. We know the owners of both these businesses well. Both have supported condition 38 and cite the price and lack of clarity as their reasons for hesitancy. HU's claims that they're backed out due to condition 38 are false. The fact that we already have publicly visible full residents using the outside of the building is something that needs to be staunchly protected to help them.
Your time limit, you will need to wrap it up, please.
I think that's pretty much all I need to say. Skateboarding is adaptive reuse. Condition 38 does not compromise that. This current plan does not retain the skating culture and its use. If it did, we wouldn't be fighting for it. No one has the authority to speak on that besides us as skaters. I know it's hard to explain.
Thank you. Is there any questions to this presenter?
question, sorry, no, I ask- oh,
Yes.
I do just want to go back quickly to the idea that this 1.6 meters underneath the windowsill is the most important. And in the context of the facade, because we know that that's where the tenancies are. So in terms of intensification of use and the change of use of the building, I would presume that the southern end will have more, well, it's going to be more intensely used than say the northern aspect. Why is it that WA Skateboarding Association or the skaters don't necessarily use the northern aspect? Or why is there not a willingness to use the northern aspect?
So from where the building became the 1927 section to the extension into the 50s, the northern side, there's windowsills that protrude out. And they protrude out just about too far for us to be able to actually skate on the ledge comfortably with dash our shoulders on it and stuff. The 1927 portion doesn't have protruding windowsills, and it actually provides, again, it's like a golden ratio, like beautiful spot, like as we've explained, like the sections of the ledge with the natural gaps work perfectly for lines. The distance from the wall is absolutely perfect. You can just fit your body on there, but you don't bash into it, and it's a bit of a safety if you were to slip over. With the windowsills protruding, it's like kind of dangerous for us, and people do skate it sometimes, and it's impressive if you do, but that's the use of that is much more minimal.
And to ask a clarifying question, if there was I mean, I'm not someone who can propose a design, but if the windowsills were to be kind of shaved down or something, or there wasn't the protrusion, would that aspect of ledge have a similar, I guess, golden quality to it than the southern aspect of the facade?
Yeah, it would. It definitely would. That would be a big thing for us if that could happen. And we would use that side more on the street. Unfortunately, they don't protrude like that. We haven't discussed that. We haven't been offered that. And there is all the other arguments down the other side of that's where the history is, that's what's recognized. But you're totally right. If there wasn't those protrusions there, we'd use that side more.
Thank you. Any further questions? Yes, Tony.
Just on the point you raised about the windowsill, just looking at one of the photos of the site looking north, I think is orientation. There's downpipes.
Yeah.
How do they affect that ability to get on the ledge?
Yeah, they affected. Those were put in 2 years ago since HU bought the building. So they haven't been there for quite as long. The downpipes, again, there's none in the 1927 section. They're only in the 1950 section. And compared to a windowsill, downpipes like this big, it's not quite as obtrusive as a windowsill, which goes all the way along.
It does, just looking at the photo, it does look like they're actually in the ledge.
They're in, so I think there's 5 or 6 little gutters that the downpipes go into. We avoid those gutters because there's a hole there and it's dangerous. So they're kind of in spaces that we didn't really use. And we can maneuver around them. Yeah.
Thank you. Any further questions from members? Thank you for your presentation. We'll move to Sylvain Tognelli, please. You're online, I understand. Sylvain, just want to speak into the mic and we can clear that we've got sound going well.
Hi guys, can you hear me?
Yes, we can see and hear you.
Okay, great. Thanks for having me. I'm gonna change. My name is Sylvain Tognelli, and I'm a professional skateboarder from France living in WA. I'm gonna change a little bit my presentation just to address some of the questions. I thought there was really good questions from the panels. One was about is the sport as it is now, without the cuts, just more for like an elite or like the better skaters, or is it just for everyone? Would beginners care about it? And I want to say that beginners not only would care about it, but that would probably be the only place they would get to experience that, what we call, I'm not going to go really deep into this, but that rhythm and what we call that magic that we can find at Woolies, that would be the only place for them, because they're most likely not going to travel around the world just to skate. So it's important for people who are better at skating, but it's in a way even more important for beginner or more casual users. Another point I want to address is the density change that's likely going to happen, the fact that skaters have been able to enjoy the sport for so many years pretty empty, and this is going to change. We're looking at a lot more foot traffic. Skateboarding is proven around the world to actually welcome density. Skateboarding is an urban activity. Skateboarders want to be thriving in a dense and urban landscape. If you take wool stores and you put it, I don't know, in Manjimup, you wouldn't see many people going there. It's just part of skateboarding culture is to be in a city. That's why we see it happen at wool stores. So that was the 2 points I wanted to quickly address. I want to talk about these observations I made before becoming a professional skateboarder. I was studying sociology. One of the tools we used for studying the appropriation of space in the urban landscape is to observe, track people's movements. And in early 2024, out of curiosity, because we were starting this campaign, I thought I was going to sit a couple of weeks at Woolies and just look at what people actually skate. And I think you might see, I don't know if this was provided in my email, but you might be able to see one of the observation somewhere on your side. Those observations were made over roughly like 2-3 months and were asked by HU to be sent over for them to study. You can clearly see on all of them, every single day I was there, that the skaters use exactly where the cuts are planned to happen if condition 38 is removed. At the time, we didn't know of any cuts. I was just naively observing. There was no like, it's as objective as it can be. There was no afterthoughts in my observations. HU asked me to send those observations over, which I did on the 17th of April 2024. And even though I didn't get any feedback back on those observations, they are included in the DA Landscape Design Report by C Design Studio. You can see them being used, so everyone has been aware of them. They were in the Landscape Design Report.
You will need to close your presentation.
Yeah, it's just surprising that this was made a year and a half ago and hasn't really been acknowledged, when this is actually the only documentation there is of movement on skateboarding. One last little thing, I'm going to be really quick.
It needs to be very quick.
Yeah, okay. One thing about Woolies that we haven't talked about today is that if Woolies is not scalable anymore or like not attractive anymore, there's just nowhere else in WA. If there was another spot like this around the corner or in Perth, people wouldn't feel so strongly about it. If Wool Stores is not scalable as it is anymore, the closest place is to go to Adelaide or Melbourne. You have to fly to. I think it's really.
You will need to close out. You have now gone.
Okay, all right. Yeah, that's it. That's my point. If I'm happy to take any questions or more technical questions about why those cuts, these places are really important. I haven't really touched on it because so many people talked about the rhythm and the analogy.
Sorry, you will need to finish. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
We're now going to present to our panel members. Are there any questions to this presenter? Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
We are moving to our next presenter, who is here in person, Zachary Tillman. Or Tillman, I'm not sure how you pronounce it.
Tillman. You've said that my submissions have been read, so I'm just going to kind of talk to a few of the main points.
Thank you.
WASA has overall been supportive of the development and was pleased with the application getting approved at the last DAP meeting. We are aware it is essential to the preservation of the building and skateboarding ledge. However, we believe that the modern cultural heritage associated with the building has not been adequately considered in the appeal, and it provides little to no new additional detail to back up the applicant's stated claims. WASA opposes the appeal to remove condition 38 in its entirety. HU's desire to remove condition 38 is indicative of their lack of effective consultation with our community, who is one of the very few remaining long-term key stakeholder groups in the Cantonment Street area. It also shows their unwillingness to listen to, take on board, or even consider previous decisions made by the City of Fremantle and the previous panel. At the previous DAP meeting in April, an attempt to delete condition 38 in its entirety couldn't get a seconder and was not put to a vote. We left the previous meeting under the impression that work still needed to be done to reach a final resolution, as deletion of the condition was off the cards. This was also hinted at in discussions on the day, and an amendment to the condition was even attempted by the presiding member of the previous panel. We are here again after 2 previous decisions, debating the same 2 doorways with very little new information from the applicant. Why are they expecting a different decision today? At every step of this process, we have been kept at arm's length and have not had any real tangible input of ours taken seriously by HU. We are spoken of as a subculture or a small community group, but we continue to form part of this development's discussion as we are the experts on this topic and part of the common collective culture of Fremantle. We are supposed to be in the room to provide consultative advice and ensure that this cultural heritage asset is retained and usable by the wider community going forward. For nearly 2 years now, there has been an emphasis by the developer on WASA simply trusting the process and having faith that we will be provided for. Every time a concession has been made by us, the developer keeps pushing for more or cannot provide us with any more information about how we will coexist together in the future. We feel as though we've been strung along. We're dangerously close to the point where the ledge will be unscalable, the spot will be killed, and will simply become a museum piece with a heritage interpretation plan telling the story of how our community used to be there for nearly 40 years. Page Director Kyle Jeevan's previous development at the State Treasury Building contradicts a lot of claims in the appeal, and it's a grand success today. It's about to celebrate 10 years and has far fewer openings to the street front. The Woolstores is a place marker in Fremantle. Suggesting that people won't patronize it due to 2 of the 6 openings being condensed is ludicrous, especially when there is a significant amount of development happening in the area, looking to bring thousands of new residents in the immediate vicinity of the building. Following redevelopment of the building and assuming skateboarding-friendly retailers occupy the space as has been suggested, the number of skateboarders using the ledges is expected to rise significantly. This development will succeed with condition 38 intact. The removal of it will be another short-sighted blow for culture in Fremantle. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Members, are there any questions? Yes, Dale Page.
Yes, please. So you've just made a fairly emphatic statement there that this development will succeed, even if those openings are not, if they're closed. What do you base that on? What experience in tenanting buildings and developing base that on, or is it just your view that it will succeed?
That's my view. I'm just a high school teacher.
It's nothing just about high school teachers, but
I can say as someone who moved to Fremantle, my family immigrated to Australia and we moved to Fremantle. I've spent nearly 25 years myself at the Woolstores building. It's the last undeveloped iconic building in all of Fremantle. It's a place marker. You see it as you come in on the train. Everyone knows Cantonment Street. It's not just because of skateboarding. These 2 doors are going to be closed. I think there's a workaround that's quite possible. People who know it, they're going to want to be there. But the other side is untouched entirely. It's not going to be something that's just forgotten about. It's an icon of the city. Michael has it tattooed on him. He's gone now. My friends have it tattooed on them. We care really deeply and greatly about this place, and we're not just taking pot shots. We want the best outcome.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Questions?
Perhaps a clarification. I think you made a comment about the association having made concessions to the developer, and sort of pursuing that point, because looking at the approved plans, the proposed openings reflect where there's no ledges.
No, so that's not quite the case. So that's on the southern portion. So on the northern portion of it, in the development application, we've actually, I don't know the actual meterage, but a large portion of the facade's been demolished. So I think from that last roller door in the north, it moved entirely. And then they're going to be blasting through the ledge and cutting it in the northern portion as well. So to kind of build on what Rowan was saying earlier in terms of how would we actually use the northern portion, all of the parts that identified by Sylvain as being skatable on the northern portion are currently being removed. So for us, it's really unfamiliar territory. We don't know if we are going to be able to skate the northern portion because of these windowsills. Where there is no windowsills, and then that we do currently skate on the northern part, those are going to become trafficable entries. So we've conceded that.
Yeah, no, thank you for the clarification. So there is concern about the protrusion of the windowsills being able to affect this northern portion.
Yeah.
But it's likely to affect the southern portion as well.
The protrusion on the windowsills, sorry. They're different windowsills. So the windowsills in the southern portion, they don't stick out at all. They're smooth and they're flush and level with the building. At the northern section, sorry, the point I was trying to get to say earlier, we do skate the northern section currently, but not as much as the southern section. In the approved development application, the parts that we do skate in the northern part, they're not going to exist anymore. They will be demolished. So in the future, we don't know the parts that we do skate currently in the part which is on the northern part of the wool stores. It's going to be gone. So we have to adapt. If the legislation is cut, we're going to have to adapt, and it's kind of an unknown to see if our community is actually going to be cohesive with this space in terms of skateboarding.
And thank you. You made the comment about adapting. My perception is that the skating community is very adaptive because it sort of picked up the wool store building and has been using actively. The changes proposed, isn't that an opportunity also to adapt to a different set of circumstances?
On paper, yes, probably, but I think in reality, it's a step too far. It's especially the ledge where it has that's currently a window. It's the cutting of the ledge in front of the part that is the most skated part of the entire facade. The doorway, that's a roller door. There's no ledge in front of it. The problem down there is that there's going to be pedestrians coming in and out for the building, but the section that's going to be cut, that is the part that draws us all there. It's the longest part. It's bit that's I identified in the landscape design report as being the most used. If we are to exist there, and you've said you've kind of posed a question, can we be adaptable? I think if it is cut, there'll be less people. It'll be less kind of attractive for people to visit there and skate. They'll be drawn elsewhere to either Europe or to Melbourne or to Adelaide. It's quite a grand decision to cut the ledge in front of the windowsill, as it's possibly the biggest blow that we could take out of the whole, I guess the whole decision being made.
Thank you.
Further questions?
Just a quick follow-up, if I may. So and I've heard the other speakers talking about perceived lack of engagement on this issue with the developer. But what I'm hearing from you now is in terms of compromise, there is no compromise that can be made from your side, because any compromise that is made is going to destroy the integrity of this place for you. So the compromise would need to just come from the developer's side. Is that correct? Or is there any compromise that would work for your group?
In the southern portion of the facade, there's the two F&B retail spaces. Obviously, the one that has the window ledge and has the ledge cut of it, that is the bit that we want to see saved the most. If the southern roller door was to be opened with maybe potential like hours of use or kind of conditions of being if it being like shut at certain times so we can access the space, I guess that's maybe something we could discuss. But it's the window ledge first and foremost, and then the roller, if you were to compare the two openings.
I had a clarification question.
Yes, sorry, question.
Actually, that's member question, which is around the fact that in condition 38, it's currently protecting openings A and B on our diagrams. You're saying that a compromise that WA Skate Association would potentially consider would be to have a conversation with HU about the opening of doorway A, which is where there is no existing ledge currently. And what I'm hearing is that the 1.6 meters in front of the windowsill is the most important part. If that was to be taken away, the reason that it would lose its skateability, is it the length of that windowsill rather than I guess the aesthetic value as well? It's the length of the ledge that is of such a rare nature that it's important and that it doesn't exist anywhere else? Or I guess, as other panel members have said, would there be somewhere that there is a ledge that is that long that skaters could go on?
To my knowledge of being a skateboarding fan of 25 years now, I would say it's probably the longest continuous ledge in the world in terms of a spot, in terms of one facade. Ledge in front of the windowsill, as well as that being the most part that we skate. We are really worried about having that kind of, the 3 entries in such a short kind of condensed space, which is why we proposed that the 3 entry points were condensed into one. And I think that's why Mayor Fitzharding actually maybe initially put it forward, was that it was to kind of control and allow for kind of like safe pedestrian and like skateboarding interactions. After today, we also don't know what the future's like in terms of coexisting underneath the awning or even out in the street, if the pedestrianization of Cantonment Street is still going to happen. If they're both cafe spaces, whether or not the ledge is cut, there's most likely still going to be alfresco seating there. So the ledge not being cut, that's a saving grace to us, as in that will keep us in the southern part of the wool stores, if at the wool stores and kind of being there at all. Nothing at the moment. We haven't had discussions on hours of use, of terms of use, of whether or not the ledge there is going to be a cafe seating. The ledge not being cut, it protects it for us to be able to use when these businesses are closed. They can still be there.
Question. You spoke a little bit earlier about the 2 openings, and you were referring to the southern being more important in front of that corner F&B. Was I hearing correctly that that's the most important for you? And if anything was to change, it would be the other F&B opening, less important in the skater experience?
I might actually have the diagram in front of me, so I can just...
Got your diagram.
Quote you.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. So I'm assuming that entryway A is the most southern.
Yes. Yes.
Currently
most near the corner.
Yes, and that's currently a roller door. That's most near the corner. If you compare entryway A and B, B has the window, and that is the one that we would hate to see go the most. That is very important to our community. Entryway A, we could potentially have discussions around opening it at certain times, or maybe there might be terms of use, or it can be shut at certain times, so we're able to skateboard down there. But that would be the one that we would be, I guess, willing to compromise on. To answer your question directly. Yeah, the most corner one.
Thank you. We're just clarifying what you said. Thank you. Any further questions to this presenter? I now go to our next presenter, who is also online, Riley from Lemaze. Riley, can you let's have a sound check before you...
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can see and hear you.
Amazing, thank you. And thank you for giving me the time today. Reiterating what I said last time when we met, as someone who has worked in arts engagement and as a performer for the last 27 years here in Boorloo, I've been involved with and adjacent to many attempts to use cultural events and interventions to activate spaces that fail miserably because they deny the history of use of the space that happened organically there over time. This often involves repeated attempts and a lot of money that ultimately falls flat because genuine cultural connections are a very hard thing to retrofit. This building holds a really unique history, as we've heard today, that has been activated naturally and committed to by the skateboarding community over the last 40 years, and it presents an incredible opportunity to continue to be connected and celebrated by the community alongside the restoration of this beautiful building. Spaces and communities like that of the skaters at Wool Stores provide enormous cultural capital as well as financial benefit. These positives, although hard to quantify, far outweigh the significant risk of this becoming another dead zone if this important community is no longer welcome and supported going forward. My hope is that HU will work closely with WOZA and their recommendations for this spot to reap the long-term benefits and that co-design spaces can bring. Which sounds like that's not been happening lately. Having mixed communities of people coexisting with buildings that offer multiple and diverse chances for interaction are vital to the life and success of our urban centres. I was disappointed to hear how the developer stopped engaging with the skaters after the DAP approval in April, and it gives me little faith that the developer would consider the skateboarding community without Condition 38 being in place. And that's why I therefore ask the panel to please remain confident in the decision that you made in April and reject this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to panel members. Is there questions to this presenter? Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you so much.
We're going to Andrew Cassels, who is here in person.
Thank you, panel. Condition 38 is a concession to an extremely effective single interest lobby group, but it no way reflects the interests or concerns of those of us living in the area. I'd like to make 3 points in this regard. From the start of public consultation, it has been dominated by skateboarders and their advocates. It's telling, for example, that in the documentation on table 1, only the skateboarders' views are reflected. As local residents, and part of this much quoted community, we see a very different reality. When they're there, the skateboarders don't just take over the ledge, they take over the whole pavement. To avoid confrontation, you can either dodge the skateboarders as you walk along, or you have to cross over the road. Several people in the block of apartments where I live are elderly. It is a real source of fear, and I'm not exaggerating. When they're gone, the skateboarders' detritus remains. Just yesterday morning, a dumped sofa, 2 beer can cartons, half-eaten bread rolls, a bag of something that might once have been food, an abandoned t-shirt, and 1 sock. Hardly a celebration of heritage. And yes, I observed them the night before. It wasn't other people, it was 4 skateboarders who were there the previous evening. But remember, as the survey shows, the use of the ledge is sporadic. Most days, there's no one there at all. On those days, we just see a building deteriorating, crying out for renovation. Secondly, the issue of heritage. Another presenter will do this in more detail, but suffice it to say that claims to preserving heritage are self-interested, very obviously. They're based on scant evidence, and frankly are dwarfed in comparison to the heritage concerns that have gone into the design for the future Wool Stores itself. Lastly, point 3, what will Condition 38 really achieve? The argument is that it will maintain skatability of the ledge. For 2 years, that's out of the question during construction. After this, were Condition 38 actually sustained, can we seriously imagine that the owners of the new facilities and their clients will tolerate boarders skating up and down on private property past their newly glazed non-opening doorways? I find it pretty hard to imagine. So, panel members, Condition 38 is a concession made by the council to placate a small social media savvy community with a single interest. As a planning restriction, it appears impractical, unnecessary, and in the long term, will almost certainly satisfy no one. So it's time to move on. It should be deleted. Thank you.
Thank you. Panel members, are there questions to this presenter?
Yes, I did have a question just around your observations of the use of the skateboard ledge and I guess times of day when you see it most busy, but also the numbers of skateboarders, because I think that information hasn't really, we have a survey that's been contested and I appreciate was done in winter, not this time and not on weekends. But what's your observation of how many skateboarders at different times of the week?
Most days when you go out, when I go out that way along Cantonment Street, there's nobody there. More often than not, there's nobody there. When there are people there, maximum 4, 5, 6. Sometimes there's an event, but rarely. And as I said, that the occupation is of the pavement, often with one person skating and another person doing a what do you call it, GoPro camera to watch them.
Any other questions? Yes.
Thank you. I noted that you said the evidence about cultural significance was, I can't remember your descriptive word, but little. And thank you. And we did receive additional information early this morning, which is why we were adjourned. I think it would be fair to give you an opportunity to reply, as your deputation was based on, well, it used some quotes from an academic from the University of London who did contact us and who believes that he was misconstrued in your deputation. And I wanted to bring this up because I think it's fair for you to have an opportunity to reply to this if we have both. Is that fine? The question.
Absolutely. Just for context though, that document that you're referring to is not published online at this present stage. So you just might need to read what you're wanting to refer to enable the question to be repeated.
Well, it says that he believes, Patrick Quinn believes that his comments have been misrepresented and quoted out of context in an attempt to oppose the retention of the said ledge. He said that while there are differences between purpose-built skate structures and adopted skate spots, this does not necessarily mean that one is more important than the latter, nor does this mean that they cannot be deemed to be of cultural importance in terms of the history of an important sport pastime or as a community asset. And that ultimately he himself, as a skater of many years and an academic interested in skate heritage, is fully in support of the campaign to save the ledge, and in his reply to you offered to help with this goal.
He offered to help. I think he makes an important distinction between adopted skate spots and purpose-built skate venues, parks, and so forth. And the question that I asked him was whether there was evidence of heritage protection of skating venues. And he makes the point in his response that there is evidence of very few purpose-built skate venues, skate parks, being listed as heritage, but there is no evidence of adopted skate spots being heritage protected.
Sorry to interrupt you. To clarify, in his response that I have in front of me, he says that in his own academic research, he purposefully only focused on purpose-built skate parks. So really, he couldn't speak to what were adopted skate parks, that skate spots that have been significant.
And I asked him for any evidence, and there was no evidence of adopted skate park.
Well, he says, and I don't intend to get into debate with you about this because that's not right. But I want to give you the opportunity to reply to the comments because we have both of them here. He said that in his reply to you, he talked about adopted skate spots such as London's South Bank and the Big O in Montreal as examples of these skate spots.
Make any further comments?
No.
Any further questions from panel members? I just want to ask a question in relation to your comments about essentially rubbish being left in the space. And I'm interested about the correlation of that with the people that have been skating. Are you saying that your view is that there is some direct correlation? They brought the rubbish essentially and left the rubbish.
They brought the rubbish. I quoted in my statement, I said, I went out yesterday morning just to have a look. As it happened, I'd been out the night before and observed there were 4 skateboarders sitting on the abandoned sofa, drinking, and the food that they were consuming, most of it was left the following morning. And there are photographs if you care to see them. So rubbish is a real issue. And it's not, there's nobody else doing it. So yes, it is an association.
Thank you. Is there any further questions to this presenter? To online, Diane Summers.
Good morning, everyone. I have a slide. If you could, I have a slide. If you could put it up, as there are no instructions here for sharing my screen.
Just occurring at the moment. We're just getting some support to put that up online.
Okay.
The slide is on.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I don't know if it could be put on full screen. Appreciate that you're showing it. First of all, thank you, panel, for the opportunity to speak. My name is Diane Summers. I'm a long-term resident of Victoria Key Apartments and neighbour to Elders Woolstore. This is what we're talking about. It's a photo I took on Monday after a weekend of skateboarding. And what you see, a dumped sofa, a broken ramp, discarded food wrappers. This is our day-to-day reality, which is perhaps somewhat different to what's been presented so far. I've lived here for 10 years. Never has a skateboarder talked to me or made room when I walked past. I and elderly residents in our building crossed the road to avoid being hit. And I feel our voices have not been listened to. Condition 38 has a big impact on plans for redevelopment of the derelict Elders Woolstore. But we have not been part of any public or community consultation. I therefore asked a councillor who supports Condition 38 for her reasons. She gave me her personal view, in quotes. In essence, I believe that the skate ledge has heritage value and that it should be protected.
So just on that, we're focusing not on the views of the members.
Okay, all right, thank you for that. I won't continue. The impact of Condition 38 is serious. It warrants that claims of heritage and analogies of international notoriety should not be taken on face value. So today I ask the panel, what is the substantial evidence that this ledge has heritage value? Second, why should the ledge warrant such a restrictive condition? And third, what is the real-time data on usage by local and international visitors? I won't go into the heritage because that's already been discussed, other than to say the International Skateboarding Heritage Foundation lists only one heritage skateboarding site in Australia. This is Snake Run in Albany, which is a purpose-built skateboard park. In conclusion, over the years, developers have come and gone. In the meantime, Elders Woolstore falls apart, the roof is falling in, beams are rotting, trespassers are breaking in, discarded food and rubbish, damage to public benches and private property. I feel this is the first tangible opportunity for a quality heritage redevelopment, an opportunity to make a huge change to a derelict area. The skateboarders all gratis to them. They run a strong advocacy campaign, but they represent only a tiny group of people. They do not live here. Their activities do not revitalize Cantonments Street. Rather, they contribute to its continued decline, as you see in the photo. And I request the DAP to lift condition 38 and allow for a sustainable and long-term revitalization of this derelict end of Fremantle. Thank you.
Thank you. We now go to questions from panel members. Panel members, are there any questions to this presenter?
Thank you. Just briefly, I think it would be fair to give you the opportunity as well to respond to, I'm not sure if you heard my previous question.
I did. Thank you, Councillor.
Because you were also had quoted from Mr. Quinn, so it would seem fair to give you the opportunity to respond at this point.
Yeah, I contacted the Skate Park Heritage Research Group, which also I included in my deposition, which also I assume has led to the email that was submitted today.
Any further questions from panel members? Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
We are moving to our next presenter who is here in person, Randall Humich.
Good. My name's Randall Humich. I'm a long-term resident of Fremantle. I've lived in Fremantle all my life, which is 5 years. I know the building quite well. I have seen it decay over the time of the past decades. And I would request that the panel reject imposition of condition 38 for a number of reasons. I think when you're looking at heritage buildings and the structure of these things and how they go through the proposal, as we've heard, we've had one group of people have been very vocal, and we have a lot of this in this realm. I first heard about this condition 38 sitting at Gino's one morning having coffee, and when the application was determined, and I thought, how can this be possible that a development of this size and structure and ability to rejuvenate an area could be held captive to such a condition? The amount of money, and I'm not talking about commercial viability or economics in such a way, but it's actually for the community benefit. So having access to these buildings and revigorating these buildings is an important part of any heritage application. I've been involved from a background point of view. I'm a property investor and have been involved in heritage conservation and redevelopment and revitalisation in the city of Perth. So I am aware of heritage characteristics and values, and also the support of the community. So I believe by having better access to this facility for the general community will become a better outcome for everyone. I can give you a demonstration of where you've had properties that have had restricted access that has caused their demise. And we only have to have a look at this building. When this building was built, Murray Street, they had a dual escalator running off Murray Street. Now that imposed a significant impact on what was behind that. And 10 years later, or 5 years later, they had to remove it completely to activate what was behind the facade. So that's just one example. Also, if you want to have a look in relation to access and accessibility to buildings, unfortunately, I'm involved with a project, that we've seen a revitalisation of Murray Street, and this is just showing how access and accessibility to properties is important. So there's only one vacant shop along this stretch of Murray Street from 1 Forest Place to William Street, and that is because of the access to that shop is inhibited. So I'm trying to display that access is a very important part of the property and redevelopment of properties, and having these restrictions or more restrictions will increase the chance that these properties or these developments won't succeed. So that's all I've got to say about that. I'm happy to take any questions from a commercial, retail, or any perspective that you want to throw at me.
Thank you. Panel members, are there questions to this presenter? Yes, Dale Page, and then we're going to Jamala.
Yes, please, Mr. Humich. And I guess in your situation, as probably a more impartial mind to this, but taking into account your experience, your own experience in dealing with heritage spaces. I'm wondering, in your view, how important would al fresco be to the type of F&B operators that would potentially occupy these subject tenancies, and how important is al fresco generally in activating public spaces?
I think al fresco is very important in relation to those things. In al fresco, you're activating the street, and that also draws more people inside. I've just come back from Europe last week, actually, and when you go to Europe and you're walking down those main streets, the whole thing is al fresco. The shops inside are really small, but the vibrancy is so great because you've got the activation on the street itself, and then it draws people in. And you have in Europe, you have retail activations and also al fresco activation working in harmony. So the more impact you can have on the street, it's going to draw the attention of more people. It's just common sense. The more people you see in one place, it's going to attract more people. It's just the way it happens.
Thank you.
Any further questions?
Actually, your last comment made me think about it more. But in terms of when you have people there, it attracts more people.
Yes.
My initial question was actually about your first comment around community benefit and understanding that, of course, a development like this is going to unlock huge potential for Fremantle, for Cantonment Street, and the community benefit that will come from having that block actually full of people rather than sitting there empty is massive. But I wanted to ask about what you think the community benefit or community disbenefit will be if the skaters are completely displaced from this area. And I guess having heard everyone today, the, I guess, connection to wool stores and the importance of skating, and your view about how that is into consideration.
So why are the first question is, why are the skaters there? It's because no one else is there. These two groups are going to find it in my point of view, are going to find it very hard to live in harmony just because of the reality of the way it is. That's, I'm speaking truthfully here, because once you have more people around, the skaters are going to be interrupted by the general population, and they're going to, I think, migrate somewhere else because it's going to become too difficult for them to live together just the way they do it. And they talk about the rhythm of the ledge and how one spot's got a broken, the ledge isn't theirs, but that rhythm, the rhythm can change, can't it? So even if they take one part of this ledge out, the rhythm has changed. We're not all going to dance the waltz, are we? We might do the quick step. So if we put it in the same theme as the skaters, it might change, but the people and the activation of the building is going to have a significant impact on what the skaters can and can't do. Even if we keep the ledge, I think that's going to be significant. It's going to totally change the whole area. We're not just talking about the skate run. We're talking about the influence it's going to have on the whole area, from Clancy's to down to where the other people live on that side. It's going to create a whole new vibe. It's going to get completely different to what we know today.
And a question about access.
Yes.
Point of view as someone who has lots of experience in this area. The state buildings have been mentioned before, and it's a project that HU with Space Agency and other and others, but that is a project that really has kind of centralized entry points, and that was obviously not because of a skateboard ledge, but because of heritage outcomes. It's a highly successful building. What do you think makes that different to this?
So you've got a lot of, well, let's have a look at that one there. You've got a lot of steps. You've got a lot of different where you've retained the additional the original entry point of the building, which is obviously under the heritage they had to do. But you also got spaces in that building that aren't accessible as well, like the downstairs basement spaces. It's, I think it's horses for courses. It's completely different setup. There, you've got quite a large frontage on Cantonment Street, which should be activated because that's the main street. I can't really probably answer your.
Ask a follow-up that might help clarify that. So if we're looking at a comparison between those buildings, they're quite different in terms of their finished floor levels in relation to the footpaths, aren't they? So to get access, I think, to the corner, that would require quite a strong intervention to get access up into the beer corner because of that level change, which would affect the heritage integrity of that corner, would it not?
It would, but if you do it, as you know, Dale, if you do it in the right keeping, or, you know, Phil will probably better answer this question. It depends what kind of statement you want to make. So, you know, it will affect it, but I think you can do it in a way that will be in keeping with the heritage context of the building.
Yeah, and that was a helpful clarification. I guess my question is less the heritage outcome, because that's not your specialty, although it might be a hobby, I'm not sure, but more the tenancy viability, when you're right, those tenancies probably weren't actually able to be accessed from those different street points because of the levels in that building. But to my knowledge, those tenancies were and have remained filled for the last 10 years quite successfully.
Yes.
Do you think that the access has it had an impact on that at all?
I would say mainly a little bit. You can see things change over time. If you're talking about the state building itself, okay. So, for example, I'm talking out of turn here, but there's a number of those tenancies that are up on the top floor that have changed use or occupation. You know, that could be because of the access. No, access is very important. I'll give you an example across the road here at 25216 Murray Street, where Kmart is. Kmart, we've got a number of steps. The building there has a number of steps that go up to it. Now, that's the shop that I'm talking about. It's the only shop vacant. Because if you've got those steps, anybody else is on the ground floor plane, that's going to be the last shop to lease. So, you know, access and the way you enter a building is very important from, you know, I'll say a viability, but it's not commercial viability in economics. It's the way that people address those things as well. You know, you're not going to walk up steps or you're not going to put a shop where you have to have this imposition on you, where if you can be in a place that has no restrictions. Makes sense from.
Any further questions from panel members? Thank you for your presentation. Just at this juncture, before we go on, we have been going for quite some time. We've still got a number of presentations. Panel members can continue going with the presentations. We'll keep going. If not, we can have a break for 5 minutes.
At some point would be good, but it doesn't have to be.
Okay, well, we might break after the completion of presentations. Possibly before the applicant speaks. So we might do the next presenter, which is Chrissy Mouse, who is the person here. And then I think we'll go to a short break before the applicant's team gets away and before a break.
I would like to start by saying, we haven't started the time yet.
No, we haven't.
I'd like to start by saying that there has been a lot of skaters here today. I'm Chrissy Mouse, for those that don't know me, and I'm sitting here today representing almost 600 businesses in Fremantle, just for context with the skaters. The Fremantle Chamber of Commerce wishes to highlight the serious consequences of the Condition 38 on the Elders Wool store development. Yes, the project was technically approved. That's not the story that's being told around Fremantle and Perth dining tables, coffee counters and boardrooms. The perception was one of disbelief, frustration and growing concern about Fremantle's appetite for progress. Since the decision, I've received hundreds of messages from business owners, developers and investors, comments like, good luck getting anyone else to build in Freo. And my personal favourite, did we really just put a roadblock on an extremely well-considered $110 million redevelopment over a completely reasonable amendment to a skate ledge? It's become a meme in Fremantle and it's sadly become a joke. I've personally visited the Elders site 4 times this week when the sun was out. There was no one there, not one person. I also live within 50 metres of the site, so pass it every single day. And in the last month, I could probably count the amount of skaters that I've seen on one hand. The narrative has still stuck. Fremantle is more interested in protecting 100% of a concrete skate lab than it is in revitalising a whole block. And that breaks my heart and many of my directors and so many of the businesses that I represent. The unintended consequences has been an exceptionally damaging one, far beyond just a skate ledge. The perception is that it has sent a signal to the investment community that our business sector and the broader state, that Fremantle might not yet be ready for progress. And that's devastating because this is a once in a lifetime rejuvenation. Oh, can I even speak today? It's been a long morning. Rejuvenation project. And it is crying out for transformation. Can you imagine sitting around your dinner table at night and my father said, Chrissy, is this really happening? And we just, it became a joke. Human Urban has acted in extraordinary good faith throughout this process. Their team has gone above and beyond in engaging the skate community, so much more than any other developer that I've ever seen. And I have to say, and I think we can all sit here today and say, if it was another developer, the hoarding would have gone up and the skaters wouldn't have even been considered. And I have to say that if I was in that position, and I'm a very empathetic woman, I would have put the hoarding up and moved ahead. Because this project is bigger than one small minority group. And I say it almost like so, not angrily, but upset to say, this is one condition could jeopardise us getting an 110
To wrap your presentation up.
Oh, I'll wrap it up. So I urge DAP to consider that. And I hope I gave you a different perspective. And I hope I made you think about what the unintended consequences were of our last meeting. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Members, are
sorry.
Members, are there a question to this presenter? Yes, we've got a couple of questions. We'll first go to Councillor Jemima Williamson-Young, and then we've got member Page.
Young and Williamson.
Fabulous.
No, my question is about the idea of unintended consequences. Because from my understanding, economic outcomes and unintended consequences or reputational risk is not a valid planning consideration. And we've had HU and Urbis put forward their submissions, which we'll hear later, about arguing that condition 38 isn't made on a valid planning purpose or consideration. But do you have knowledge that that we can take reputational risk into account as decision makers for a planning item?
You should, even though it's not on paper. I think all of us sitting on boards or in any committee should absolutely, if it's not black and white, wasn't still be thinking about it. Absolutely in planning. In any decision, in any boardroom, any panel should be absolutely thinking about the unintended consequences. That's our job as role models making these decisions. And you've got to remember, Human Urban are keeping, it's actually more than 85% of the ledge. That is an incredible compromise. 85% of a ledge. Any other developer might have not kept a bit of it. In fact, I'm not even sure that they would have kept a thing of it. And the unintended consequences are certainly something as leaders, even if it isn't there on paper that you must take it into account, it's something we absolutely must do, because what this has done is having a huge effect on the potential next decade of developers and people coming into Freo. It has become a joke that, as much as I respect the skate community, that a group of skaters are holding up what will be an incredible tourist attraction, an incredible catalyst for growth. And I feel embarrassed to sit in that as the CEO of the Chamber of Commerce. And it's not often that I get quite poignant on something. I can see both sides. In this one, I feel very, very upset that we maybe got in the way of our own selves, of thinking about the bigger future. And this is an $110 million development that is happening to a derelict part of the West End. I live in that area. We call it the Bronx, that section. So I just ask we lift, and just the unintended consequences are far more beyond stretching than is even being considered here. And I absolutely love and respect where the skaters come from, but this is bigger than that organisation. This is bigger for Western Australia, for, you know, as me coming in as chair-elect for Destination Perth. This is so important for our region, and more important significantly than skaters.
I guess to rephrase and put it back to you a different way, my understanding of planning law is that we are bound by the considerations that are in our Act, in the deemed provisions, local planning scheme, local planning policy. And part of that, and part of making a decision based on planning merit, is that every condition that is development must be linked to a planning policy that's given power through its legislation. So from my research, I can't find where we would make a decision that would give consideration to planning, to unintended reputational risks. But I assume that you can't, you don't have any.
I absolutely can. Your fiduciary duty, or your duty as a councillor, is to think of the unintended consequences beyond one planning permit. So you sit there and yes, you are looking at a law or a rule on planning, but your overarching duty as a councillor or as a board director, fiduciary, is for the greater good of Fremantle. And you cannot argue that if this does not go ahead, I can't even, the text messages on my phone, I just cannot sit here and say to you, why are we having this debate? This is going to be huge for Perth, Western Australia. This is going to draw more visitors. This is going to mean more tourists. This is going to mean people flying in. Yes, we have skaters flying in. We're going to have 10 times that amount of people flying in with this development. There are going to be new, unique shops coming in. There is going to be shops opening up on the, you know, alfresco areas. This is the Bronx area of Fremantle that has a problem. And this is actually going to, another unintended consequence, fix the social economic issues that we're seeing in that area, which are, you can see increased homelessness in that area, you can see increased drug use. There you go, there's another unintended consequence.
Sorry to interrupt, and I will pass over to you, Paige, but social amenity, desired future character are planning considerations, reputational risk.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Over to yourself, Paige.
And I will pick up on some of those issues a little later because I think they're important. But two questions for you in your role as chamber. How important, and I asked this question of Mr. Humich, given his experience, how important do you think alfresco is to the type of F&B operators that could occupy the subject tenancies, and how important is alfresco generally in activating public space?
I'm going to be very clear and black and white on this answer. It is exceptionally important. It is the lifeblood. It is brings it alive. It is everything. It is also a trend that we're seeing all around the world, as he said. How important is it? It is exceptionally important.
Okay, thank you. You've answered my other questions through your response.
I mean, I could go on that, but I don't want to be.
No, you've answered the question. Thank you.
If we're all economic development people, we know the answer is.
Any further questions at this juncture? Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you so much for having me.
I'm going to move, if I get a seconder, for a short adjournment. Is there a seconder for adjournment? It's seconded. Ingrid Van Dawson. All those in favour? And the time is 12:34 for the minute to take us adjourn for a short comfort break before we come back. Applicants, team. We are going to recommence the meeting. It is 12:41 p.m. and we are recommencing today's meeting. At this juncture, we have the next four presenters. Corey Sidon, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correct, Tobias Bushi, and I'm probably changing every time I pronounce it. Phil Griffiths and Megan Gammon. And would you like to come forward? I understand you are presenting as a group. You have 3 minutes in total, 12 minutes for your whole presentation. And I'm assuming you are just going to present one after the other. Is that correct?
Yep.
So I'm going to start your timing as you start for the full time for all four of you. And you can choose the order in which you wish to present. So handing over to yourself, you each have a total of 3 minutes, 12 minutes for the team.
Sure, I'll begin. Thank you, members of the DAP. The Elders Wool Stores is proposed to become a thriving mixed-use precinct of residential, commercial, retail and food and beverage activations, attracting over 1,300 people per day. HU, in partnership with Space Agency and Griffiths Architecture, have developed a scheme that balances heritage adaptive reuse with modern amenities to breathe new life into this 100-year-old derelict building. This includes appropriately reopening the building's original doorways, which in turn limits unnecessary interference with the heritage facade and respects the form, function and intention of the original architecture. The location, quantum and intended use of these openings is highly commensurate with a building project and streetscape of this size. HU have also collaborated with surrounding developers in the City of Fremantle, forming a project control group to design and deliver much needed upgrades to Cantonment, Goldsborough and Point Streets, which will provide increased pedestrian movement and safety and much needed passive surveillance and activation, the first of its kind in the City of Fremantle. A key pillar of this precinct approach is the ground floor retail and food and beverage activation along Cantonment Street, which forms the focal point located directly opposite Princess May Park. Critical to the success of these spaces is their connection to the street, access to foot traffic, and their interface with the significant investment into the surrounding urban fabric, all things which Condition 38 works against. Specifically on skating, HU has never been against this use, and understanding the importance of the site has in good faith engaged with the local skate community since acquiring the site in 2022 and made significant efforts and alterations to the project in response to community feedback. During the early phase, this included offers to insert skater line tenants behind the ledge, relocation of the existing ledge, construction of a new ledge in an alternate location, and most recently, prior to DA, an offer to develop an EOI submission on behalf of the skate community to create a weather-protected skate hub in a high-profile Fremantle location, entirely separate from the ledge issue, all at HU's cost. All of these offers were rejected, and no alternatives have been put forward, nor have any concessions been made by this community. HU, respecting this, then sought to retain the existing ledge within its proposal. To be clear, the skate ledge is located entirely on private property and there is no statutory basis to retain it. However, HU is committed to retaining 74 of the 80 metres of existing skatable ledge, which equates to a 93% retention rate. We've also committed to not installing any fixed alfresco infrastructure directly adjacent to the building, and we've actively redesigned the street to push that alfresco onto the city's land, which has led to the Cantonment Street precinct. We've also committed to maintaining the existing footpath, which is also located on private property. We've said we will not put skate deterrents on the ledge. We've reprogrammed the site to reduce any build-to-sell residential apartments along Cantonment Street to minimise any potential conflicts. We've provided the skate community a 6-month pre-market release opportunity to lease all of the spaces along Cantonment Street ahead of anybody else. We also supported and leased at no cost 200 square metres of the site to Red Bull to host an event which was specific to the ledge in late 2024. And we've also always have and continue to allow the skate community to utilise the site prior to construction. These commitments are entirely disproportional to the actual use of the skate ledge, yet we can continue to stand by them. Survey data provides empirical evidence adjusted for any recorded rain of just 3 people for only 100 minutes of total use on average per day. So that's 100 minutes of total use. And there are still days where the ledge is not used at all. This pales in comparison to the 8,000 plus injection of residents, workers, visitors, and this redevelopment will support weekly and the wider benefits this will provide to Fremantle as a city. HU remains committed to delivering this exceptional redevelopment. However, Condition 38 works against all key urban design principles and imposes significant and disproportionate restrictions on one of West Australia's most well-known heritage buildings. Thank you.
Next. Thank you. I think this discussion goes to the heart of what makes the city livable, how buildings meet the street and how relationships support public life. I think we have some examples in Fremantle where that hasn't been done particularly well, and we start with Cantonment Street. The reinstated heritage doorways on our project are not just architectural details, they're what makes the street work. They create permeability and a rhythm of entering thresholds that turn a wall into a street edge and a street edge into a place where people want to be. If those openings are closed and replaced with fixed glass, as condition 38 requires, that permeability will be lost. It will create another long, silent edge, and we do know what that looks like. Along Cantonment Street and Queen Victoria Street in particular, the new Coles building and the heirloom development show what happens when there are no regular doorways. The frontages are inactive, at odds with Fremantle's urban character. The streets are wider and harsher and quieter than they should be. There's little or no exchange between the inside and the outside. No reason to pause, linger, or engage, and we should not be repeating. This project was endorsed by the city's Design Advisory Committee, to which we also presented, which highlighted the importance of legibility and strong connections with the community, including unrestricted access as much as possible to the inner courts and the mews that we're creating within the site. Condition 38 directly contradicts that advice too. It undermines what the DAC, the city, and the Heritage Council have all supported, a living and authentic, adaptive reuse that contributes to an active and fine-grained street network. From an architectural and functional point of view, closing the doorways also makes little sense. Two of the new tenancies rely on them for direct access, forcing people to circulate through the residential and office lobbies. Creates conflict and weakens the experience for everyone. It also limits the interaction of those tenancies with the streets, as we have heard, and sealing up the logical and legible points of entrance to those tenancies further complicates other architectural and technical issues like fire egress, accessibility, and wayfinding. And it also, to some extent, limits or hinders the efforts to expose the existing internal timber structure, which all suffers when we seal up those entry points. Condition 38 risks undoing what the development really does do quite well. It balances the historic fabric with a contemporary activation. And the wood stores design carefully weaves together all the new, public and private, whereas condition 38 kind of pulls those threads apart again. I just want to say a couple of words about skate culture. I'm a skater myself, or have been for a long time. I understand the significance of the ledge. Skating does bring life to forgotten parts of the city, but it also is creative, it's adaptive, it thrives on change. And I think our proposal has gone to some way to nurture that and honor that culture. Over 90% of the ledge is retained, and the design makes space for skating to continue alongside new public uses. Condition 38, by contrast, really freezes a moment of that subculture history at the expense of the building's living future. So in simple terms, I think we can have both, a heritage building that breathes again and a street that continues to welcome the skaters, residents, visitors, and businesses alike. Thank you.
Thank you. Phil Griffiths. The ledge that we're discussing was brought into being by the closure of the rail system. And the ledge was created as part of a loading zone and all entirely constructed on private land. And it was a very late edition, 1968-9, it was put in. And then it came into use for skateboarding, amongst other things. The creation of the ledge involved some closures along the Hobbs 1927 building, which were detracting from the architecture of the time, and is still a visually detracting element. The ledge was always part of the registered place. It was not noted, it was singled out in the statement of significance as having value. And considering their statutory advice, presumably the ledge was taken into consideration and not mentioned in that. Rather, we got an endorsement of the proposal. Recovering and reconstructing lost features on such a significant building is an intrinsic part of good conservation practice where it's possible, and it would be wonderful to get those elements of Hobbs building back for people to enjoy. Preventing the reinstatement of the doors obviously has an impact on the adaptive reuse, has been stated by other speakers, and I want to repeat that. The nomination of the ledge doesn't impact on the Heritage Council this application, that advice stands. The nomination may or may not result in consideration of the ledge being included in a revised statement of significance. In other words, it's already consideration was presumably given and the advice provided to us. So the removal of the elements of the ledge that in the proposal is supported by the Heritage Council. In my experience, it's unlikely that the Heritage Council will want to change their documentation because it is a complicated, lengthy process, and I think it still requires parliamentary endorsement to change the statement of significance. So condition 38 is not supported by us. I think that the developers have gone to extraordinary lengths and have managed to retain a significant amount of the ledge. That the development that was sought should stand in condition 38 removed.
So the team before me has outlined a very strong case for the removal of condition 38. I'll therefore focus on the planning validity and the ways in which it conflicts with the planning framework and the thorough assessment that's been undertaken by the City of Fremantle, Department of Planning, Heritage Officers and Heritage Council of WA. The proposal to retain 93% of the scaled section of the ledge is the result of a highly collaborative and negotiated process. Whilst instigated by the Fremantle Mayor as a relatively minor design change, the practical application of condition 38 would have a profound impact on the development, and we've heard a lot about that today. As we all know, Cantonment Street urgently needs activation to improve its safety and appeal, and the redevelopment of Elders is a critical part of this. The City of Fremantle-led Cantonment Street Precinct project seeks to enhance the public realm in line with the draft Fremantle City Plan and draft local planning strategy, both very recent planning documents which establish a future-looking vision for the CBD. These documents aspire to unlock potential, create 7-day economies, activate street edges, improve safety, improve the public realm and urban amenities. Restricting public access to the site's main frontage runs completely counter to these planning objectives. The current proposal presents an outcome that arguably would not be pursued by any other developer. Human Urban as Perth's leading placemakers identified an early opportunity to retain the ledge and skating culture. This is no easy feat, as you can imagine, through the design and even the current leasing process, and is the result of a highly collaborative engagement process. The willingness to accommodate both uses should be recognised and supported and not further constrained by condition 38, which again is completely inconsistent with the planning framework and the city's own aspirations for this precinct. Finally, as DAP members are aware, condition 38 was introduced late in the process without technical review by the planners, the heritage officers at the City of Fremantle and the Department of Planning. And I guess with lodgement of the Form 2, both Heritage Council, Department of Planning and the City have now reviewed and they've made the decision without reservation that they support removal of condition 38. So it is on this basis and in light of the compelling arguments already presented by our project team that we can test the validity of condition 38 and request its complete removal. Development approval should not be dependent on a redesign process that removes external access, as this would undermine the integrity of a proposal that has been rigorously assessed and, to Tobias's point, gone through a very comprehensive design advisory committee which advocated for this outcome. Ground plane permeability and connectivity.
Your presentation.
Will do. In conclusion, the justification for removal of condition 38 is unquestionable in our opinion. It is at odds with the planning framework, is not supported by planning and heritage authorities, is inconsistent with the design review process, is at odds with heritage conservation principles and completely undermines the high level of negotiation already achieved. I just really finally like to touch on the clause 67 matters for consideration. I'll do that through a question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Panel members, do you have questions to the applicant who would like a page?
Yes, please, just a couple. So condition 38 specifically refers to the southernmost and the second F&B/retail outlets. When you look at the plans, there appears to be a third retail outlet and cafe next to the second. Is the opening to that space not impacted by the ledge?
It's already an existing cut in the ledge.
Existing cut, okay. So there is an existing cut at A and an existing cut at that
Yeah, so there's actually 3 existing cuts which exist. So the southernmost 2 large entryways are already cut, and then one of the access ways for that other food and beverage tenancy is also cut.
Okay. Now somewhere I read, and I actually try to find it again, but I can't. Did you at any point indicate you'd be prepared to close opening C but not A? That wasn't a compromise that you look, okay, thank you. I'm trying to remember where, maybe I dreamt it. I did dream about this the other night. Right, so thank you. No, that's it for now, thank you.
Any further questions from panel?
I have a couple.
Yes.
The first one is around the different types of openings that we're seeing on the facade, because do you have the diagram if I refer to it? Is that confusing?
I've got the one we submitted in the memo. Is that what you're referring to?
I think that's the one that I'm referring to. A, C, and then B.
Oh, that might be from one of the other submissions, but yeah, if you go southernmost near the corner,
yeah.
I mean, that's A.
I want to talk about the one that is currently a window.
Yep.
So the smaller one.
Sure.
In terms of a heritage outcome, have been submissions that it's been a window for twice as long as it was a door, and it also sits quite closely to an existing opening that has been approved.
Yep.
I understand that it's a balance of heritage outcomes and being able to have permeability into the building, but is the reason to open that window to become the door that it was back in 1927 when it was built, heritage reasons, or I'm just trying to understand why that couldn't be closed?
Yeah, so I might jump in on that
Yes.
first. So, I mean, firstly, that opening is the most ornate door opening of this entire building. It's got the original Goldsboro Morton Co signage, which sits above the stucco heritage parapet, which sits above it. It was the only pedestrian entry door to the building when it was first constructed, which carries a lot of kind of heritage weight to it. And I wanted to address the number of openings, and we've actually done, several bits of research in terms of how many doorways we have for the length of facade we're actually talking about. So on average, between our doorways, we've got 17.6 metres. And when you compare that to every other DA that's been submitted within the last 18 months, we're 2.8 times. We have 2 more times of metres per door than any other, submission. Also compare that to High Street, and we're 2.5 times more space between openings. So if we were to take those as a benchmark and apply that to the length of facade we've got, we would have 14 access ways along Cantonment Street just by itself. So I just want to almost put to bed that we're not asking for a million openings here, and we don't think that it's, an outlier in terms of the length of this facade. There's other reasons why that door quite particularly needs to be a door. There's a level difference which happens in the 1920s building. So Cantonment Street and Hilda Place, there's about a 2 metre drop which happens, and that transition happens within the building. So as you enter into the building off Cantonment Street, you've only got 2 bays of the existing structure before you've essentially got a 1.5 metre drop. So the only logical spot for that part of the building, which is the darkest part of the building, and we have to get light into these spaces for numerous different reasons, it needs a direct access way off of that section. And then, as Tobias touched on, that central lobby does a lot of heavy lifting already, and that's got office workers, visitors, residents, and all the rest. And so it's a logical indication of a 350 square metre tenancy to have a front door onto what is an activated street.
Any further questions?
Yeah, I had one for Megan around the Cantonment Street precinct, because Cantonment Street is a huge opportunity for the city. We've talked about it. It's in our draft city plan, but the draft city plan, there's a page in our draft city plan, and it has the opportunity that it identifies, which is Cantonment Street, and it has a diagram which sits next to it. And the diagram shows skating and the ledge kept in its entirety. And I guess from my perspective and the conversations I've had with, as being on that council, there is no definitive plan for Cantonment Street. There's nothing to say that the public realm wouldn't be enhanced in a way that would probably actually help kind of mediate the relationship potentially between HU and the skater, or sorry, the tenants and the skaters. So I guess my question is, if that's the objective of the city plan, is to activate the streetscape for the city to play an important role and to bring, and I guess to continue to bring visitors in, then why would we need to get rid of, well, why would that lead to village?
Well, I think firstly, in relation to that, yes, that visual has exactly what's there at the moment. But I think the key principles that are referred to in terms of creating that sort of 7-day economy, the activation, the safety, the public realm and urban amenities, that relies on pedestrian access to developments like this. So I'm looking at from the perspective of the fundamental principles of what the city's trying to achieve in that precinct, and that's through the city plan. It's also through the draft local planning strategy, and accessibility to that frontage on the main activated frontage, we believe is critical to achieving the aspirations of that plan.
So a key part of Holt's plan. I mean, the composition of that facade, that element is a key part of the way that building presented when it was built. And to cut it off the way it is now, in design terms, looks ridiculous. You know, and we're not talking about ridiculous here today, but it does look ridiculous.
Any further questions from panel members? Tony Aris.
Question for Ms. Gammon. In your submission, you talk about the validity of the condition. I want to explore that from there are some restrictions in terms of the decision maker as to how it can change a proposal. And obviously we do impose conditions, so there are changes. On the face of condition 38, seem quite minor. I think you were suggesting in your presentation it has a significant consequence.
Yes. I think, yes, in reality, it was probably introduced as a relatively minor design change. But I think if you asked Human Urban Space Agency, Griffiths Architects at the very outset of this project, that those accesses wouldn't be available, would that change the design aspiration and the internal configuration of that development? Potentially. What I'm saying is that the condition imposes a redesign that may have likely far-reaching impacts on that development than simply shutting off 2 access points. And this development has gone through a design advisory committee process. We presented numerous times and received feedback around strengthening the permeability and accessibility, and we have responded to that as part of the design evolution. So where I talk about the validity of the condition, I don't believe imposing a condition that has more far-reaching impacts like that is a valid consideration. There needs to be far more consideration through design review and the like before something like that is considered.
Thank you. The other question was more broadly around the ledge rather than the openings. In terms of there's been discussion about the importance of activating Cantonment Street, and I endorse that. So the existence of the ledge, has it had a significant design impact on how you might treat that public-private realm?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, by nature of the ledge being there, we haven't designed any fixed alfresco, which is actually on the private land of our kind of building. So what we've actually had to do is push, with consultation from the skate community, push all of that activation at our risk, because the City of Fremantle is under no obligation to approve alfresco dining in that location. We made the decision, to the potential detriment of the leasability of the space, the function of the space, on the basis of the skate ledge existing, to move all of the alfresco activation outside of our boundary. And to probably touch on a point with the Cantonment Street, one of the key elements there is to extend the pathway so that we remove some of the car base to allow for that kind of breathing room, if I could call it that, off of the building. So there's been substantial changes to what the original intent of this building was and how we would activate Cantonment Street as we've moved through that consultation process.
Thank you.
Any further questions?
A couple of follow-ups on the
Sorry, yes.
alfresco. And I don't mean to be facetious, but if there was permanent alfresco, would that have had an impact? I would imagine that would have had an impact on the heritage considerations of the facade of the building. I'm not sure if that was considered at some point, if that's been taken out of the plans.
Not necessarily. Fixed alfresco could have been with fixed seating that wouldn't have interfaced with the building, but it would have been in that threshold that is between the facade and our boundary, which is where the skaters use the footpath. So I won't comment on behalf of the Heritage Council, but we could have done all number of things located within our private property for many different reasons, but we've made the decision to obviously try and come to an agreement with this community. And yeah, quite frankly, there's been many false statements made in the media and even in the kind of deputations today. And so it's been quite a tough process for us. We feel like we've given so much and haven't really received anything in return.
I actually do want to ask you a question about that in a second, but the question that I was going to also ask is, in terms of al fresco, I think it's clear that there's broad support for that and there is a need to use Cantonment streetscape to support the tenancy's viability inside. What impact, I mean, if al fresco is not permanent, it's being moved in and out, is there a significant reason that it couldn't be done through a centralised entry point to the building? In a sense, I know this is forward reaching and the tenancies aren't decided and all these things, but in cafes or the like, if you have al fresco, you're moving tables in and out, you are moving through a doorway. It may not necessarily matter which doorway or where that doorway is placed.
Yeah, but I think moving into the private doorway of that tenancy is a far better outcome than trying to take food through an internal space which is servicing 6,500 square metres of office and 39 residential apartments. Pulling, like, imagine the tables being pulled through that section in rush hour when people are trying to come to work. It's just not an appropriate location for that type of use. And so having direct access provides a completely individual place for all of that heavy lifting for that tenancy to do within its business operations, because as soon as you start clashing what is a highly mixed use project and all of these things coming together, there's already so much heavy lifting, as I said, that's happening through these original doorways, that adding further, food service, people moving furniture just increases the risk of obviously, safety for one, and B, just, all sorts of other reasons like cleaning and just general building operations as well.
And then on the, I guess, relationship that you've had with the WA Skate Association or skateboarding communities, and for me specifically since the conditional approval was given and then lodging the form 2, when I saw this, I was curious about the work that had been done by the opponent in terms of since the conditional approval to lodging a form 2.
Yeah.
In my eyes, it would seem that if a decision's been made, and I understand the condition was added by members at council, but then it did go through a JDAP process, was heavily scrutinised and ended up passing, that sends a signal to the applicant that perhaps there is an appetite for retention of the skate ledge further than had been put. And so to see an amendment to that application that didn't seem like there was consideration about the other opportunities or innovative ways that it could work before, was odd, I guess. And so I wonder what the communication's been like with, or if there has been communication with WA Skate Association. I also think that we probably will hear 2 sides of the story and we're never going to know where the story lies, and that's fine. But it's good to get your side of the story too, and whether or not there were considerations about closing one and not the other door, or modifying the northern section of the building, or I guess accommodating skating in that way, given HU have previously and continue to be supportive of skating in that location.
So yeah, I'll kind of tackle that in part. So I mean, as Megan mentioned, the first kind of issue with condition 38 is that it didn't go through the City of Fremantle process and be assessed by the planning officers and both heritage teams from the City of Fremantle and the DPLH. So I think that's a key element as to why this needed to be reassessed, because it was added late in the piece. The wording of the condition is, not very straightforward either. So there's that technical aspect of it, which we felt that needed to have obviously a review and go through, and yes, it went through due process in a sense, but to go through the rigour that the rest of the development's gone through, we didn't think that change being put on at the last minute was commensurate with the process that had happened prior to that. So that was probably the first reason why that had gone in. In relation to communications, obviously condition 38 being imposed or basically just set the scene for what was going to be there. So whilst we haven't had as much communication with the community since then, we've been working hard with the City of Fremantle to try and get this Cantonment Street precinct up and running off the back of the original decision to allow us to use the public art funding for that purpose. So the work that's been done since then is we've now got in principle support on a kind of cooperation deed between the 3 parties to move that forward and start the design process, which we have also said we would include the skating community as part of, that design consultation process. So there's that element. in terms of changes to the actual facade and the doorways, we just don't think it's appropriate given all the reasons we've already discussed. We've got original openings for the building that, you know, need to be the opening points on this building. Otherwise, we're cutting holes in a heritage facade for no reason. So it's entirely appropriate. And as I mentioned, we're not going, you know, over the top. We've got 17.5 metres between doorways, and other projects have 6. So we don't feel, on top of all of the other considerations that we've made and concessions that we've made, that there's a requirement to go even further. We've actually put forward absolutely everything humanly possible in our proposal. And obviously this is a really key issue for the skate community, but there's also an entire development that's happening in the background here. So whilst we've spent the most time with this stakeholder group out of anybody, but we've also got a, you know, $110 million development to get along with. And there's many other facets in terms of design, construction, sales, leasing, and everything that's happening in the market at the moment, which need to be considered. So whilst we continue to engage, we don't have the time to be engaging 100% because we're also trying to, you know, improve Fremantle and give this building some new life as well.
Any further questions? I have a question. There's been some discussions today about the similarities between the internalised state building and this. I note from your plan configuration you have appears to have a series of back of house spaces. Can you speak about what you say the similarities or differences are between this and the state building, which was expressed to today's meeting, and there are a range of activities or uses associated?
Sure. So I think the first and probably most obvious difference between the state buildings and the Elders Wool Stores is the state buildings is on the busiest street in all of Perth on St George's Terrace. So the amount of foot traffic that is generated by nature of the central business district permeating through that building, you've also got a 30,000 square metre tower that's a government tenant which sits behind it. So I actually don't think they're similar in terms of their kind of permeability and extent because they're in two completely different areas. We're talking about an area of Fremantle that's been almost forgotten about and is, you know, has very little passing traffic. We're trying to create, you know, this place in Fremantle to become hopefully something as good as the state buildings. The state buildings, in terms of its access, yes, it does use its existing accesses such as we are, but there's also many other little tenancies which are dotted along that place, which, you know, also were introduced as part of the redevelopment. So there's all the subterranean terraces which are accessed off the street as well. So again, not all of the access is done through the connection off Barrack Street, St George's Terrace or Adelaide Street. There's many different doorways into that building. And I just think, yeah, the main element is just the amount of footfall that happens between there is completely different to the area that we're talking about here in Fremantle. But in relation to the design intent, we're doing the same thing. We're utilising the existing doorways or the doorways that are appropriately located because they were doorways previously. So again, I don't think what we're proposing here is disproportionate to the building's design and also its use. And I think it's highly appropriate based on, you know, the length of this facade where we're trying to access this building based on how many uses are going to operate in here as well.
Thank you. Members, any further questions? Thank you. There are no further questions. We will now move to the Fremantle offices. We have a person in the room with us, and I understand that we have Annabelle Wilkes will be online for us. Annabelle, can you see and hear us clearly?
Apologies, yes I can. Can you hear me?
I can hardly hear you just. You might need to speak up or turn.
Yep, is that better?
Much better.
Thank
Great.
you. Sorry, I just had to turn the microphone on.
I can hear you, but I can't see you, so we will just go to you as we require.
Yep.
So I'll hand over to yourself, Chloe. You've been here before. Could you go through any comments you wish to make? You can respond to any of the matters you've heard before we go to questions to panel members.
Thank you, Presiding Member. No comments from myself. Annabelle is our Senior Heritage Officer, so if there are any heritage-based questions, she'll be best placed to answer those.
Thank you. We'll go straight to panel members. Do you have questions to city officers? Yes, so we'll first go to Dale Page and then we will go to Jemima Williams.
Just a couple. So Does the city charge a rate per square metre for use of public land for al fresco?
Yes, but I believe those requirements are changing at state government level, so that may well be reduced at some point or removed entirely. Not entirely up to date with those.
So if the F&B operator were to have al fresco and they were to locate that al fresco on public land rather than on their own land, there'll actually be a financial impost. Won't be large. I don't think it's significant per square metre, but there'll be an impost on that.
Yes, they'd have to apply for a license.
Yeah, okay. A lot of the questions I was going to ask you have actually been dealt with. So there's one, it's really just your view, and very briefly, could you summarise for me what you think the implications of condition 38 on the city's vision to revitalise this part of the city and the intent of the draft Cantonment Street Precinct Master Plan?
It would limit the amount of accessibility in and out of this building. It would limit its ability to, I guess, be reoccupied and contribute to the area. When you look at the design of this building, most of the activity is at the southern end. So the northern end of the building is where we've got vehicle access or servicing. So this corner can really contribute to some of the other sites and the interaction with Princess May Park across the road. So by having people coming in and out of the building in multiple points, it does help with that activation of that precinct. And really, this being such a wide street, Cantonment Street's been identified as an area that could have a lot more life out on the street.
That's it from me.
Any further questions? I think we're going to yourself, Jemima.
Thanks. I wanted to follow up about the heritage assessment. So I'm not sure if that's an Annabelle question and whether or not she can hear us online. I can't see her anymore.
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. Because, I mean, as Corey pointed out, the condition 38 didn't get to have, I mean, it wasn't assessed really when this first came around, and it has been assessed now. For me, I know that ultimately the City of Freo Heritage Assessment said that there's some social significance to the skate ledge. And I wondered about how the assessment was done in terms of, as we've heard from the submissions and throughout this whole process, yes, 85% of the ledge is being retained. Yes, we are having a large conversation about 1.6 metres of ledge that is proposed to be taken away. But it's really the use of the ledge, the ability for skateboarders to use that to do a line, am I using the right terminology? And those sorts of things. And part of the borough charter, which I know is part of the, well, should have informed the heritage assessment, is really understanding where the use of a place is culturally significant, then the use itself needs to be retained as one. And the second one is that where there is a group with strong associations with a place that are related to cultural significance, they are given the opportunity to contribute to identifying and understanding that significance. And so the questions for the heritage assessment is, how was the use of the skate ledge considered? And secondly, how have the city officers interacted with the skate association as the group with the strongest association to inform that assessment? Because in my view, if it doesn't have that, then we're kind of making a decision that still hasn't been properly, we don't have all of the information in front of us.
Yes, fair enough. I understand the question. The borough charter process was very much what guided the heritage assessment. And all of those, the factors were considered. There hasn't been direct city officer to skater community consultation, but very much all of the views that were presented through the last DAP meeting have been listened to, taken into account, all of the documentation read and so forth. So I think that the assessment was done with a clear understanding of where that community is sitting with the issue. I think there is some social significance to the ledge. You look at in doing the assessment, you're looking at the ledge as one part of the whole place. So it is only one part of, it would be like looking at the windows or looking at another part of the whole place when looking at this at the significance. And yes, I do acknowledge that it has an element of significance, but when looked at as in terms of the whole place, it's of a lesser level of significance. In weighing all of those elements up.
Further questions?
Yeah, just a quick one. I guess I completely understand that it's an aspect of the building and the position that's been taken on that. My question is more around when the use of something is the bit that is cultural or socially significant, to be specific in this sense. Like a window might be significant because it's used to look through and you could board it up from one side. How was the use of the skate ledge in terms of, we heard from Gustav and Sylvain earlier, which you may not have heard, I'm not sure, around the fact that this section is the portions that are most used taken into account when considering whether or not it had social significance.
Yeah, look, absolutely. And I think that it's not my task nor my area of expertise to make comment on how skatable, at what skatable level the ledge is. The ledge is still going to exist. The ledge is still going to be skatable and understandable in a form. Whether that is skatable in a certain length and at an international level or not has less of an impact on the heritage significance of it. Like, it is still going to be there and it is still going to be physically there.
Any further questions? Annabelle, I have a question to you, and it's really on the back of that last question. Cultural, social heritage use of place. And you talked a little bit about the skatability of that ledge being retained in some form. Can you speak about, from just a general principle of heritage that relates to both the cultural social heritage and or built form of heritage building, and the expectation that it remains in its entirety with or without any change? What is the heritage position about changes either to use or to building in the context of heritage consideration?
And please correct me if I'm not answering your exact question, but when we're looking at this, we're not just looking at the use of the building as a skate location. We're looking at the use of the building across its whole history and its whole time, and it's been used in that form for a smaller period of time. So we really need to also weigh up how other aspects of the heritage outcome for this building, and the reinstatement of openings, having a viable use in a building that has been sitting there without a viable use for a really long time, is, when you weigh that up against keeping a 1.6 metre piece of a ledge, the heritage outcome of the new use going into the building far outweighs that, when you're looking at the different aspects of what's significant about a place and the different levels of significance of those different aspects.
That's my only questions. Any further questions from panel members to city officers? There are no further questions. Thank you for that. We will now move back to the agenda. As per the DAP provisions, a recommendation at the beginning of the agenda, the recommendation is for approval is to accept. It's a Form 2 and to approve the development by deleting condition 38 and adding an advice note. Is there a mover of the condition as written in the agenda? It is moved, Ingrid Van Dawson. Is there a seconder? It is seconded, Dale Page. Would the mover like to speak to the motion?
Thank you. Yes. Yes, I'm happy to move this recommendation from officers to delete condition 38 and the additional advice note 2. I do acknowledge the importance of the skate ledge to the skateboarding community and the social and cultural importance. And also that I agree that it does, skateboarding has brought life to this building, and appreciate your guardianship of this building. And I think, you know, heritage buildings this one is being neglected and it's falling into disrepair, but I actually think your use of that building has protected it in a way. Like, I just think when you give life to a heritage building, it helps, you know, retain it in some way. So I do really appreciate your contribution to the building and the life of Fremantle. But I just don't believe that this small section or like retaining the small section of ledge should take precedent over the overall development and adaptive reuse of the building. And my reasons, and thank the officers for their reporting and everyone's submissions today, and input and the additional information provided. And I wasn't at the previous DAP meeting, but it was considered at council originally, and I then as well didn't support condition 38 for these reasons, and they haven't actually changed. The key reasons for me, and they're outlined by the officer, I think I outlined them at the council meeting as well. I sort of had similar views on my initial assessment, and that the access and activation of the building and the streetscape. I honestly believe these openings are critical, and as well as and people have drawn comparison to the state building in the Treasury, sorry, the state buildings, in Perth. I actually don't think that's a relevant comparison. Like, I really don't. It's a totally different context. Yes, it's a heritage building with limited entry points, but I just don't really see the comparison. What I compare this site to is actually the site immediately next door, and people have talked about the new Coles development, but my reference point is the previous one, which extended a great length of Cantonment Street, and it had no openings and it had, so more comparative in terms of it had multiple commercial tenancies with no openings to Cantonment Street, and it never worked. And it was, I was just so frustrated and disappointed with that development and the lost opportunity for activating Cantonment Street, because you couldn't get into the building. Like, it was limited at either end, and the tenancies there all felt like they didn't succeed, or you certainly didn't get the tenants in there that perhaps they would have wanted, the owners of that property. And it certainly did not. It was a dead stretch of Cantonment Street, and did not contribute positively to bringing and activating this part of Fremantle, which has long been neglected. And disappointingly, the new Coles development has done the same thing, which I wasn't involved in that approval, but incredibly disappointing that they didn't seek to rectify the issue of the previous development and provide for some commercial uses that would activate Cantonment Street. And I think all the reasons have been pointed to today, and agree with them, that I think the permeability and legibility of the building and the providing the optimal maximum number of access points will support the viability of those tenancies. I think it's which, you know, contributes to the activation of the building and the street. So I do think they're really important. and consistent, as mentioned, with the city's strategic plan and vision for this street. We really, really want activation. And in terms of heritage, I think that's been addressed by the heritage assessment and the experts here today. And I do think reinstating the original openings provides for a better heritage outcome. And I think the retention of 85 to 90%, not sure quite what that percentage is, of the ledge is, I think that's a great sort of compromise, and the efforts that the applicant has made, to not, to retain that and not make it difficult for skateboarders. And the fourth reason really is around, I can't help but think how this, and it's been talked about a lot today, is how once completed or after the construction period, the building's been closed for 2 years and we've got a new development, the experience for skateboarders will change. And I do appreciate your input saying you think it will actually be improved with the new building, but I'm just sort of, I'm concerned about the future conflict with so many more people and living in the building and just the activity. I feel like there will be less opportunity for skateboarders to use the space. I'm hoping certainly and I just want to note, I think skateboarders are adaptive, like to the environment. So I hope that they will continue to use the space and just adapt to the development as it is. The two openings we're talking about are the one at the southernmost. There'll be times that it's a retail outlet, so there'll be times that's closed. So I know that's an existing opening, but those doors will be shut at some time, some points of the day. And similarly, I think it's referred to opening B in the agenda, which is where they're actually removing a part of the ledge and creating where it's a window and turning it into its original doorway, whilst removing a section of this ledge is not ideal. I think you've still got 70 plus metres, and there'll be times those doors are shut. So perhaps that's the little runoff section to make the most of the 70 plus metres that is left. So that's, and overall, I just think it is deleting the condition and allowing for these openings to provide an appropriate balance between the access, activation and functionality of the development, whilst retaining an appropriate amount of the ledge.
Thank you. Would the seconder like to speak to the motion?
Yes, please, presiding member. So I too was not on the panel that considered the original application, but I've read the previous report, I reviewed the minutes. I watched the video of that meeting, which was no mean feat over the weekend. I thought it was long, but this is longer. And I'm familiar with the site and surrounds. And I guess this is a complex issue because we're essentially dealing with a contested space. We're dealing with owners who have property rights and a right to develop their property. And I think that we should not lose sight of that. We are dealing with private property here. Technically, permission could be needed to use this space. It's on private property. So I think we need to not lose sight of that. But then we also have other stakeholders who are invested in and passionate about how they believe the space should be used by a sector of the community. And I've heard a lot from today and from watching the previous meeting and reading the submissions. And yes, I think this is something special from a skater. I don't have to be a skater to hear and understand that this is unique and it is special. And I think the imposition of Condition 38 was well-intentioned. Well, I have no doubt that it was well-intentioned and an effort to find a compromise between the interests of the developer and the landowner and the desire of the skating community to leave the ledge intact. But it could have unintended consequences for the success of the development. And those are my words, not the word. These are my words that I scribbled notes yesterday. These are not coming from today. And I do agree with the councillor that reputational risk is not a matter that planners should take into consideration. If it was, we wouldn't be doing this job in the first place. And unintentional consequences in itself is also not a planning reason. But what constitutes those unintentional consequences are very valid planning reasons, and I'll talk about that in a minute. Also just want to touch very quickly on our role and just to talk about, because we drifted at a stage through questioning into the role of this panel and fiduciary. We don't have a fiduciary role. We're different to council, and we are different to board members. We are planning decision makers, and we are bound to make decisions based on underlying planning frameworks and for planning reasons. And I guess for me, that was the crux of this. In my view, the condition doesn't have a strong planning basis, and it lacks enough planning merit to I guess, put this development or impact this development in the way that it could. And it's ultimately, as I say, this panel's role to make planning decisions based on planning merit. So if we talk about Clause 67 for a minute, I'm not saying there's no planning basis to factor in the concerns and wishes of the skate community. There's definitely enough in Clause 67 of the deemed provisions to warrant consideration of their presence and use of the space as an integral component of existing site context and character. And it's my view that complete loss of the skatable space completely could constitute some reduction in existing community benefits. So yes, I think they are something that needs to be taken into account as a planning consideration. But the skate space is not being completely lost. I understand from the questions that you're saying, well, it's just not going to be the same, and I understand that. But to compromise or remove what I consider to be a key success factor for the site's redevelopment and for the activation and economic success of a part of a city that really needs it, so that skaters continue to have unimpeded use of private property, is not an appropriate balanced outcome. And it just does not have enough planning merit, in my view. And there was an analogy earlier about use of a football field at certain times and not others. It's not comparable. That's not private property. So to encumber use of private property or impact the potential success factor for the development of the land, apart from that being at odds with sound planning and widely lauded principles of urban design, I just don't think it's reasonable. The city's report outlines the aspirations of the draft local planning strategy and the draft Fremantle City Plan for enhanced activated and pedestrian permeability along Cantonment Street. And in my view, Condition 38 works against those aspirations. I think it was Riley Salmon Lomas outlined how cultural or arts activation is hard to make happen if it doesn't happen organically. But conversely, if places aren't designed in the first place to maximize opportunity for permeability and activation in the first instance, compensation for those design deficiencies through targeted place activation later is very, very difficult. It's expensive and it's ineffective. I think if we decide to retain Condition 38, in order to succeed, the tenancies with restricted access may need to either be destination tenants. These are my definition. And what I mean by that is that people would travel specifically to Fremantle just to visit that tenant wherever they are. Or they would need to rely quite heavily on external signage to let passers-by know that they're there. And that signage would be a horrible urban design and heritage outcome. It's unlikely those tenancies or the impacted tenancies would have alfresco areas, because servers would have to move between the tenancy and the footpath via shared central foyer space, moving amongst other users of the space. And even if that wasn't an issue, the disconnection between that alfresco space and that main venue is not ideal. I've seen other parts in the city where they've tried to do that and it just doesn't work well as an alfresco space. So the area is crying out for investment and for 24/7 activation. Activation by the skate community, though valuable, in my view, is not enough. I get the sense that it's sporadic and a certain type of activation, which only happens certain times of the day or week. On its own, it's not an activity that's going to generate investor confidence or catalyze high quality development in this area of the city. And I certainly don't think it warrants watering down a desperately needed top-notch development like proposed for this site. I'm not even sure that the skaters will be able or will want to continue to use the new spaces they currently do, even if that ledge is intact. It's going to be very different. As I alluded to in one of the questions, it's going to be new and clean and shiny. There'll be light and activity in around the building and a whole bunch of people taking up space on this footpath. So the skate space will undeniably be different. And for some skaters, that'll be a plus, but I just get the sense that for others who the current vibe works for them or they like that current vibe for a skate space, may not be interested in it. I just think the hiatus during construction and the uplift alone could erode the interest and use of the space. So why would we continue to impose a condition that deflates a once-in-a-lifetime development and economic catalyst for Fremantle based on retaining and protecting something that could end up being quite different anyway? The city's RA outlines that reinstatement of original openings is considered one of the most positive heritage outcomes of the redevelopment. I'm of the view it's also one of the most effective and impactful urban design and activation outcomes of the redevelopment. If condition 38 is retained, not only would it contradict the objectives and aspirations of the underlying planning framework, and as a panel of planning decision makers, we have to be highly cognizant of that, but it could also be that lost opportunity to maximise activation of this area that we may look back on with some regret in the future. So for those reasons, I support deletion.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers for or against? Yes, Councillor Jemina Wilson. Jemima, I should have said.
That's okay. Thank you. Thanks. And I appreciate everyone's submissions and contributions on this. It's been, we've spent many hours. I can't believe that you sat through the recording. It's very impressive, but that is the role of a planning decision maker. No. I do continue to stand by that condition 38 has valid planning purpose, and that really is on the basis that it is linked, well, in my eyes, my thinking goes, a condition must have a planning purpose. A planning purpose comes from policy, and a policy is linked to legislation. And we have a clear link between the deemed provisions to local planning scheme to local planning policies that consider the borough charter. And at the time when condition 38 was included in the approval for this project, there had not been significant and rigorous heritage assessment, and I still believe, based on comments made earlier, that there has not been a full assessment of the significance of the ledge, taking into account that its use is how it gets its significance. It is not significant to look at, and it is not significant to, well, that's essentially what it will be left to do, is to look at it. And that is not why that ledge is significant. It's significant because of the specific length and the golden qualities, as one of the skaters mentioned before. And to me, protecting the use of that is something that should have been considered in the most recent heritage assessment and was not in the first. And so by implementing or introducing condition 38, it was a valid planning consideration that achieved a heritage outcome, and it also talked to one of the clause 67 points, which is that as planning decision makers, we also consider the future desired character. And we've talked a lot about the Cantonment Street precinct, the Cantonment Street plan, the activation of a streetscape. And I agree that we need permeability into the buildings. And perhaps there was a compromise that could have been put by HU that the skaters alluded to earlier, that there was not a complete deletion of 38 and it was not a complete keeping of 38, but there were no conversations had. And the fact is that we're now at a decision where the permeability, we're choosing to open both doorways or close both doorways. And I think that's a disappointing outcome. But I also did want to talk about our role as planning decision makers is to really assess the whole reason that we have a planning process and things aren't just decided under delegation or using AI, God forbid, is because there is discretion to be had and a balancing to be had. And that's why you end up with these conversations. In terms of what other opportunities could be taken, I understand the and we heard from Mr. Humich before that and others that access to the streetscape is really important. But I also think that there are other factors in those tenancies which we haven't talked about and were mentioned previously. I mean, there are many reasons why tenancies aren't working at the moment. And I think I agree that the state buildings isn't the best comparison because of the fact that it is in the middle of Perth and you have huge high rises. But if that is the development that this proponent is trying to deliver, I think it does provide some comparison that is useful in that when you have such a density of people, there is less requirement to have things straight on the streetscape. And in regards to al fresco, I think it's an interesting conversation and comments by Councillor Van Dawson before around, well, when the tenancies are closed, the skaters will have access. Well, sure, but what the skaters will have access to if we close these doorways, as we've heard, is something that is completely different to the significant skate ledge that is completely different to the skateability, and in fact will lose the kind of rare quality that the Woolstores ledge has. And I said this in our last JDAP, and I think I still really believe this, that obviously it's going to look very different. It is going to be shiny and new, and there's going to be many new people, and there's going to be a lot of conflicts and mediation to be had down the line. But if we're at a decision now and we take away the opportunity for the skate ledge to remain, then there's no opportunity to have these conversations because there will be nothing that is worth skating, which is essentially what we've heard. And again, I think with the Cantonment Street precinct, that's the role of the city, and it should be our responsibility to do more to support our developments, to support what is culturally significant. So I think that we shouldn't undermine the fact and responsibility of a city in that or take it away. And I did want to talk, I guess, ultimately about the idea that this ledge, we've heard a lot about 85% or 93% or however much, 1.6 metres. That's really not what is significant about the ledge. It's not the fact that, yeah, it's there to look at. It's the fact, or it's the way that it's used. And deleting condition 38 means that that use will not exist anymore. And I, on that basis, can't support the removal of condition 38. And I think the aspect of the facade that will be impacted is the most used section and the most socially significant part of all of this. And there were submissions put that the Heritage Council of WA have basically said, well, there's no heritage significance to be found here, so we shouldn't factor it in. And I think if we're planning decision makers and we're often asked to take into account draft planning policies, then we should absolutely take into account preliminary or draft heritage advice. And I mean, I read this in the submissions and I think it puts it nicely. It's that saying that where there's only going to be 1.6 metres of ledge affected is like taking the strings off a guitar and pretending it's still an instrument because it can just be tapped like a drum. And the percentage, ultimately, that what that tells us is that the percentage retained is irrelevant if what's removed destroys the functionality and the reason that this space is socially and culturally significant. And I guess I think it's, to me, ultimately disappointing that we had such a good run and there were so many good conversations to be had. Conditional approval was given and there were no kind of productive conversations had that would have led to a different or I guess innovative outcome, and that this is the position that we're in. So I won't be supporting the deletion of condition 38.
Any further speakers on the
Thank you, presiding member. I will be supporting the motion. We're now 4 hours into this meeting. So in terms, and the timing is not relevant, what is relevant is the consideration of the issues. And I think the panel has entertained the views by all the presenters very seriously. And I think we're arriving at a decision that is considered. and has regard for the planning framework. And I think that's an important consideration. There's been discussion about what regard we need to place. Now, tackling the heritage issue, we've got advice that the Heritage Council doesn't believe that the ledge is of significance to warrant this inclusion in the State Register. The Heritage Council does not have any difficulty with the removal of condition 38. In terms of the local significance and the City of Fremantle policies, the decision maker has to have regard, and we are having significant regard to what that is. The reality is that the current use is based on a building that is disused, let's put it that way, and there will be change, and the significance and the use of that historic element will change. And I think balancing that with the importance to the City of Fremantle and the West Australian community for this development to proceed, there's been plenty of discussion about how this building has been left idle for so long, and it's in disrepair, but it's a significant building that warrants preservation and activation. I acknowledge the more recent skateboarding history of the site, and it's important to the skating community, but I don't know that that should take precedence over the revitalisation of this important building. I think condition 38 diminishes the building's functionality and cultural connection to the street, which is a very valid planning consideration. And reconnecting doorways to the public space is something that is also really significant. I also sort of raised the issue of planning validity of the condition without wanting to sort of go into detail. The impact of the condition I don't think was properly considered in terms of, and perhaps given the nature of the meeting, probably couldn't be, but it probably has that unintended consequences, and I have some difficulty with the validity of the condition. On that basis, I think it does warrant reconsideration and deletion. The final comment I would make is about sort of the heritage, how a decision maker deals with heritage. It is not uncommon for heritage places to be restored, but not restored to original condition. In the same way, my view about the significance of the skateboarding area and the ledge, it can't, with the redevelopment, it can't be preserved as it is today because the building will change, but it can still be recognised, and there's opportunities for that to be continued, albeit different. It may not be the perfect situation for the skating community, but it can still continue to operate as an important icon. So on that basis, I will be supporting the motion to delete condition 38.
I will speak to the motion. From my perspective, I have given regard to the submissions in relation to this matter, the skating history of the site, the submissions and presentations today from the state skateboard community, local residential community perspectives, business perspectives, as well as the applicant's position in relation to this proposal. I have also given significant regard through the additional material that we have in the documentation, a thorough assessment undertaken by city officers as well as the Heritage Council on the heritage assessment of the skateboard ledge. And in particular, a couple of things stand out for me, and I will just deal with a few of those now. The assessment does talk about the context of both the building and the skate ledge, and elements that refer to it are that the Elders Wool Storage Building is considered an element of overall, a significant element of the overall Elders Wool Store place. And in terms of the skaters ledge, it doesn't warrant individual listing. The Heritage Council also went on further to say, and we have had information from Heritage Council prior to the previous decision making, as well as this meeting, they indicated that the nomination of the ledge does not affect their statutory advice on the proposal, and they reinstated, they referred to the reinstatement of the operable open doors directly on the street. Heritage Council reinforcing that they'd given some consideration to the elements, but that on a balancing, that it was very important that from a heritage perspective that the proposal includes reinstatement of those operable doors opening directly to the street. And they did talk about the opportunity to include reference to the skate community, but they weren't overwhelming about the weight that they would place on it in terms of any detailed referral and detailed assessment, indicating that they didn't have current time frame to deal with wouldn't be dealing with it at this matter. From my perspective, I have also considered and given due regard to the matters contained in clause 67. And for me, it's been weighing up those various heritage and cultural elements associated with this proposal. I've also considered some of the matters that have been raised through these presentations, and I will speak about the state building. And I would concur with the comments that have been made by other members, as well as the applicant, that this is a very different proposition to the state building. The state building has both a different locational context, it has a different internal configuration, range and activities of uses. This design and planning framework with which it sits in. This design has a locational context that we have heard about, which will breathe life into a currently fairly low-used area, as well as the internal design incorporates spaces down the central corridor, which are vastly different than a pedestrian walkway that is effectively fundamentally part of the state building. So from my perspective, I don't see the connection between the two as comparative. I see this as very different in terms of its locational context, design and uses on the site, as well as providing a significant contribution to the built fabric. And that was something that came forward loud and clear in the documentation that I read, the importance of the built fabric. That is not diminishing the role of the skaters or the involvement of the skaters, but it is about weighing up and attempting to balance those elements based on the material that has been supplied today and all those matters that I've talked about, including the heritage assessment of the building openings at the skaters ledge, the relevant submissions as I've already talked about. I'm satisfied that the removal of this condition is appropriately balances the various heritage elements associated with building and building activation. This, as I've already indicated, includes the reinstatement of the original openings. As far as I'm concerned, that is extremely significant in activating this particular location to supporting a comprehensive reuse and redevelopment. It aligns with the efforts of the council in relation to its future for this area, and it supports a revitalised, is referred to as the Fremantle East End. From my perspective, I am totally supportive of deletion of this condition 38 for the reasons that I have spoken about. Those are my comments. I'll turn back to the mover, provide a reply and close off debate on this matter.
Thank you, presiding member, and all members for your on this item. Not much more to add. I think I've addressed everything. Agree with much of what's been everyone else's input on this as well. I did just want to highlight one of the points made by member Page and one of our submitters, which is I'm just really pleased that we can support this once in a lifetime development for Fremantle. It is just so exciting for us all, and see this site redevelop to its maximum potential. I do see this as a catalyst for the activation of Cantonment Street, but also the city of Fremantle and the economic development of our city. It's very exciting for us all. And in my view, deletion of condition 38 will provide for the best design and planning outcome for this site and Fremantle. And that's all.
Right of reply has been had. Debate is now closed. Members, we are going to the vote on the motion. All those in favour? Against? It is carried 4-1 for the minute taker. I move back to the agenda in part C. There are no section 31 SAT reconsiderations. Listed in part B are the SAT applications currently on foot. None of those relate to Fremantle, and accordingly I close today's meeting at 2 p.m. Thank everybody for your participation in this very long meeting.
Thank you.